Are you a contractor who would like to benefit from all of the features that QuickBooks Online has to offer? Would you like to use QuickBooks Online for your construction, renovation, or demolition company? Well, then you need to watch this course, QuickBooks Online for Contractors. It will start you at the beginning with no knowledge at all, and by the time you finish, you will be an absolute expert in using QuickBooks Online as a contractor or a construction, demolition, or renovation company. QuickBooks Online is easy to use and is perfect for all the accounting needs that a contractor could possibly have. My name is Mark Smolin. I'm the founder and CEO of Worldwide QuickBooks. I personally guarantee you the clearest possible explanation for every topic that you could possibly need when using QuickBooks Online to manage your contractor business or construction company. It can do all the contractor's bookkeeping fast and easy if you know how to set it up specifically as a contractor and record transactions the way contractors would. Once you're able to do that, you will get all the financial construction reports that are specific to a construction or contractor company, in addition to all the other reports that typical companies need. In fact, you will get a profit and loss by job or project report that will give you the ability to find out how much money you really made by tracking expenses by job or project exactly the way a contractor needs. And all the other financial records that any company needs comes along with it when you use QuickBooks Online. And this free video is going to show you exactly why QuickBooks Online is better than any other software for managing the finances of a construction or demolition company. All you have to do is watch this video a little bit every day and follow along with me step by step. And by the time you finish, you will be an expert in QuickBooks Online, specifically regarding how to use QuickBooks Online as a contractor or a construction company. And if that's not enough, you have the benefit of a live teacher because I answer all students' questions immediately. All you have to do is leave your question in the comments section below, and I will do my best to help you and get back to you as quickly as I can. I thank you for watching, and I know you will learn well. If you're going to learn how to use the contractor features in QuickBooks Online, then the first thing you need to identify is exactly what records do contractors need. Well, contractors need all the same records and reports that any other typical company would need, plus more. You see, contractors sometimes have a condition called progress invoicing. This means you make an estimate for 100% of each of the items of service that you will provide for the client. And the contractor allows you to request payment after each phase of the job. So in order to do that, you have to track the percent complete of each job for every time you send an invoice that relates to a specific contract. QuickBooks Online makes progress invoicing easy and fast. The most important thing that's specific to contractors is being able to track expenses by job, because each project requires that you pay costs and expenses that are specific to that job. And you must know what projects you are paying for, because it's the only way to know how much money you actually made. And you will get this special profit and loss by job report that will make clear exactly how much money you made for each project, so you can compare the different projects' profitability and consider how much time you're spending on each one to finally determine how much you made and get a clear picture of all your jobs and the progress you're making. Contractors also need to be able to bill clients for job-related costs. This means they can put expenses that they pay for the job onto an invoice and ask the client to take responsibility for those expenses so that they're able to finish the job. And of course, in order to make sure that the job is on track, I will show you how to make job project budgets if you just follow along with me, and you'll be able to create and use the budgets to your advantage. The budgets will eventually show you how well you're doing by comparing what you actually paid to what was budgeted, by giving you these excellent reports. And there's one special reporting requirement that only contractors have: retention. And this video will show you how to set up, bill, record, track, and manage retention in a way that makes it super easy for anyone who's using QuickBooks Online. And at the end of the course, we'll give you a special lesson in time activity, the new way that the current QuickBooks Online manages time slips, timesheets, and bills for workers' time. You can sign up for free. All you have to do is look straight at this video, and below the video there's a description field. And in order to get the link to sign up, you have to go to the end of the text in the description field and find the Show More button. If you click Show More, it will open up the rest of the description field, and there you can see right under the first paragraph is the link to sign up. Click on it, follow the steps, and you'll have 30 days to use the free plus version to be able to follow along and learn with this video. You should also know that the table of contents is also in the same description field, and the table of contents will list every topic so that you can have an easy time navigating this video. In fact, it's very convenient, because if you're interested in one specific chapter that you'd like to review, all you have to do is click on the time index of the chapter that you'd like to see in this video, and YouTube will jump the video over to that time index and that chapter so that you can conveniently find what you're looking for and study at your own pace and on your own schedule.
Chapter 3. Sign up for QuickBooks Online.
Would you like to jump right into learning the contractor features in QuickBooks Online? Me too. So let's quickly and easily get past signing up and the setup steps so that we can enjoy the contractor features. Did you know that you can get QuickBooks Online for free in a separate 30-day trial version account so that you can use it for this course and follow step by step? You should keep this account separate from your real company. Now you may well ask, how can I sign up for free for QuickBooks Online? Well, all you have to do is go to this link and make sure that you sign up for the Plus version of QuickBooks Online. Once you go to the link, all you have to do is input your email address and choose a password. That's it. So here I am at the link provided, and you can see you have the opportunity to sign up for either Essentials, Simple Start, Advanced, or Plus. Plus is the most popular because it has the most important features, and a landlord would need either Plus or Advanced. You have to make sure that you click the button over to the side of the free trial for 30 days rather than the 50% off, because the free trial and then clicking the plus version here will give you the opportunity to have the plus version for free for 30 days so you can follow along step by step with me. Click Choose Plan. Now we want to click Continue Without Payroll, and after that you'll have the opportunity to put in your email address and password, and then once you do that you'll click Sign Up with Email, and then you'll be asked a series of questions. Now, regarding the questions they ask you when you sign up, we want to expedite the process of signing up so we can go ahead and study how to be a landlord and use QuickBooks Online. So most of the questions that they're about to ask you are not relevant. We will answer the questions in a way that get us into QuickBooks Online the most quickly, and we will give the simplest answers just to expedite the sign up. But don't worry, we can always circle back and change any answer we gave during the sign up if we need to later. The first thing you'll see is a welcome message preparing you for the set of questions they're about to ask. Then when you click Next, just click the cursor into the field and type the name of the company. And the name of the example business that we are using in this course is Connie the Contractor. So just go ahead and type it into the field slowly and then click Next. Then the second question they ask is how you've been managing so far. And we want to click past these questions, so to make it easy, we click Nothing, I'm just getting started. And then, of course, click Next. Now it's asking you an irrelevant question, what industry are you in? You could type in some letters and explore the different options, but for us, we're going to save time by clicking Skip for now. And then, of course, click Next. Now it's asking us the ownership or equity structure, and we want to keep things simple. So we will click Sole Proprietor and then click Next. Now it's asking us how the company makes money. Landlords actually provide a service to their tenants. So in order to properly set this up, we click Services and then Next. And in order to have permission for everything right at the very beginning, the simplest choice is to tell QuickBooks Online that you're the owner or a partner and just click Next. Now, of course, we're going to say that we work alone because we're not going to deal with payroll or employees, so to make it simple, just click Next. And now we're at the point where the answer to the rest of all the questions will just be Skip for now. Just scroll down and click Skip for now, and when they finish asking us to activate features that we may or may not need, we will get into our QuickBooks Online account and see what it looks like. And once you see the button that says Let's Go, just click on it and you'll be finally taken to your QuickBooks Online interface. Here you can start exploring and experimenting with QuickBooks Online. Just close the welcome message and you're ready to go.
Chapter 4, Navigating QuickBooks Online.
There are three main parts to the QuickBooks Online interface, and these are three things that will always be there regardless of how much the interface changes over time. There will always be in the top right corner something we call the cog wheel. And when you click on the cog wheel, you will get links that open the windows that help you set up and maintain your QuickBooks Online. So most of the windows that you will open from the cog wheel are things that you will use during the setup, or if you have to change the way QuickBooks Online behaves as you're using it. There will also always be a plus sign in the top left next to the word New. And when you click on that, you'll get a set of menu choices that will lead you to windows that you will use for the day-to-day tasks when using QuickBooks Online, including the transactions that you record every day. And of course, there will always be a left panel menu with menu choices that you can click on to open up and manage your QuickBooks Online. Now, the left panel has many menu choices that are mostly repeats of the same windows that you can open from the cog wheel and the plus sign. However, there are some things that you can only get from the left panel. For example, the Reports menu. The Reports menu is the only place that you can open the reports that you need in QuickBooks Online. And the reports are the most important part because they tell you your results of your operations, and they're really the results of all the work we do. And you can only access that area from the left panel. You should also know that the Sales tab in the left panel is the place to open and manage all of your customer information, and the Expense tab is the place to open and manage all of your vendor permanent information. Now, people sometimes look at the middle of the screen and they say, what about this section here? Well, the middle section is called the dashboard. And again, the dashboard has shortcuts to mostly the same windows that you can open from the cog wheel or the plus sign or the left panel. However, the dashboard changes all the time, and it usually has tools that are not relevant to accounting but will help you manage your business. So since these things are not relevant to the accounting and the bookkeeping that we're learning, we will not be using the center dashboard. We will be using instead the left panel menu. Now, when you use the left panel menu, you have to be very careful because the QuickBooks Online interface is constantly changing. So you have to sometimes look careful or look more carefully for the item you're looking for because of the little by little changes that happen over time. Now, there's nothing to worry about if you see some changes in your left panel. I promise you, every window that you need to open will still be there. Some will have the old interface, so some of you will still see two possible left panel menus. You'll either see the left panel menu in what we call Business View, and if you have the old interface, you'll see the left panel menu in what's called Accountant View. Now, Accountant View looks like this, and Business View looks like this, and the difference is, in Accountant View, things are written out clearly so you can see the menu choice that you need to click on. But if your interface is stuck in Business View, you might have to open one of the existing menu choices in order to find a sub-menu to find the final window that you're looking for. That's why in this class, I always only use the Accountant View. And we use Accountant's View because it looks more like the new interface that everyone will have soon. You see, regardless of whether you like using Business View or Accountant View, These two different views are being phased out, and we will eventually have one left panel menu with all the same choices. But again, it won't matter that the names in the left panel change slightly over time. So what used to be the banking menu, where you would access your banking tools and banking transactions, in the new menu will be called the transaction menu. But don't worry, even if you don't recognize the word that you need to use, you will always be able to find everything you need, because three things will always be there. There will always be the cogwheel to open windows that help you set up and maintain your QuickBooks. There will always be the the plus sign that shows the day-to-day transactions that you need to make. And the left panel menu will always give you the ability to open your reports and your permanent customer and vendor data. Now, when you finally get to the window that you're looking for, when using these three sections of the interface to open and find your windows, you don't have to worry. The windows will always be the same. They might look different, but they will always have the same fields of data. For example, if you open the invoice window might have different colors and things might be in a different position, but I promise you, all the fields of data that you need are still there if you look carefully. You might open the invoice window in traditional view, which is the way that we're going to show how things look, or it might open in the new invoice window. Now, of course, they all have a field for customer name, a field for the item of service, a field for the price, and so on. And I'm going to show you how you can change from the new invoice window to the old invoice window. But again, you don't have to worry, because all the fields of data that you need to enter will still be there. And I promise you, for now, you'll always be able to change from one to the other. But if you are a contractor, QuickBooks Online includes something special. There's now a Projects tab in the left panel, and the Projects tab opens the Projects window. Now you may well ask, what does this Projects window do for contractors? Well, to tell you the truth, it makes contracts, jobs, and projects more convenient. We don't necessarily need the projects window, but it's nice to have, and we'll be using it a little bit during this course. It has many of the contractor reports, transactions, and features, but all in one place. So if you look only at one project, you can see everything that relates to the project in one place. So it's nice and it's convenient if you're a contractor. However, be careful. The projects window does not have all the contractor features that we need, and it will not have all the contractor features that we will learn in this course. And that's why we, when we're studying, will use the cogwheel, the plus menu, and the side panel with the reports, because we want to make sure that we can include everything that a contractor could need, even if it's not part of the projects menu. And using those three will also get you to learn the overall program better, so that's why we do it that way. Now, you're welcome to use the projects menu on your own as you study, and of course, I'm going to give a review of the projects menu later, and we will use it a little bit because it is a little bit more convenient.
Chapter 5, QuickBooks Online Account Settings.
The settings in QuickBooks Online are the defaults, the options, the preferences. Basically, the settings are the automatic behavior of QuickBooks Online unless you specifically state differently. And we will adjust the very first setting, the most important setting that you need to know at the beginning. We're going to change from Business View to Accountant's View just by clicking to open up the menu from the cogwheel, and then look in the bottom right where it says switch to accountant's view or business view, and then you will see the interface change. Here, watch. If I click on the cogwheel, it says switch to business view, so I give it a click and I wait a moment, and you can see that we have this very abbreviated and confusing main menu with icons and submenus and so on. But if you click in the cogwheel and you go back to switch to accountant view, then you can see a nice clear left panel where the submenu choices are much easier and it reflects much more like the old interface in QuickBooks Online. But you still need to learn more about the accountant setting, because all the other settings that you would need to change in QuickBooks Online are in the account settings window. And the account settings window you open from the cogwheel, and one of the menu choices is account and settings. Now, in the case of a simple small company, the only setting that you actually need to change is the name and address of the company. And whatever you put there will show on the reports and the documents that you print from QuickBooks Online. And you can always go back and change the name and address right there in the same area. So here's the example company address. It's Pat the Landlord, 1700 Prospect Avenue, East Meadow, New York, 11554, just as an example, okay? So watch. You click the cogwheel, and then you click Account Settings. And if you had a complicated company, you would have to go through each of these choices and set the settings for the difficult things that complex companies need. But in our case, we have a simple company. So just click the company section of settings, and in order to change the name and address, you have to click the pencil icon to open up that section. Then simply click in the proper field and type in the name that you need. Now, of course, in real life, you would put the EIN number and the Social Security number and so on, and then you would simply click Save. And that's what would print. The contact info and company address, specifically the company address, is what will change and what will actually print on most of the reports and documents. So let's click the company address and change it to, in this example, 1700 Prospect Avenue, East Meadow, New York, 11554. If it doesn't come up automatically, it should give you the ability to type it in. Then when you click Save, you can rest assured that all of your financial reports and all of your transaction documents will print with the name you put up here and print with the address you put in this section of account settings. And if you get more advanced with QuickBooks, you can see that there are other areas of settings that you will use in order to run your business if it's one of the more complicated business, not the kind we're doing here. When you finish in the settings window, make sure it's saved by going to the bottom right and click Done. Now, the first setting that we're going to change that is specific to contractors is the setting to track expenses by customer or job. You see, when you go to enter the expense in the expense window, there's supposed to be a field for you to be able to put which customer or job this expense relates to. But when you first sign up, many of you do not have this option chosen by default. Some of you might, but for those who don't, you will have to go to the account settings window in the expense tab and click the right place in order to activate the feature so that when you come back to the expense window, there will be a field for customer or job. So let's take a look. We click the cog wheel, we go to account and settings, and we go to the expense section. Now we want to open the bills and expense section so you can click anywhere in the area and it opens up. Now this is the option we're looking for. Track expenses and items by customer. Click here and then click Save to save the little section, but you're not finished. You also have to click Done in the bottom right to save the settings window. Now when you click New and you open the expense window, you can clearly see that we added a field for customer project job that was not there a moment ago. Now the other feature that we will activate together will be activating progress invoicing. Progress invoicing is a feature that many contractors need, and in order to get it to work, you have to go back to the account settings window in the sales section and click to activate progress invoicing. Then you'll be able to track the percent complete of a job based on the amount billed. So, very simple. We close the expense window, go back to the cog wheel, click Accountant and Settings, then click the Sales tab in order to get the section for progress invoicing, and you can see it's off, but if you click in the gray area, click to flip the switch, click Save, and anything you save here, you have to go to the bottom right and click Done in order to get it to permanently save. Now, we will activate features from the account settings window as we need them in this course. So there are more settings that we need to activate, but we will only come back and activate them when we get to a point in the course where we need to use that contractor feature.
Chapter 6, Contractor Management Report.
You may well ask, what reports does a contractor need? Well, contractors need the same reports that any other company needs, plus additional reports that show the operation of your contracts and construction company. So the most common financial report that all companies use every day in bookkeeping is the trial balance. And the other common financial reports have the same numbers that come from the trial balance. So that will be the one that we set up first. But you should know that the reports that are specific to contractors that show each area of data that a contractor is supposed to keep track of must tie in and match with the other numbers in the other reports that any company uses. So we need to set up and customize all of these reports so we can access them quickly and easily. The reports section of QuickBooks Online is very easy to manage. You can get to the reports section by clicking in the left panel right where it says Reports. And when you do that, you will immediately be brought to the standard category of reports. So the standard category of reports is the place to find all the available reports that QuickBooks Online makes available for people to use. And what we're going to do is we're going to the standard area, finding the report that we need, then we'll customize it. Then after we customize it to suit our needs, we're going to put it in the custom section so that it's easy to access and it always opens the way we need it to open after customizing. And we're going to customize the reports specifically the way a contractor needs. So the first one we're going to set up is the trial balance. It's your main financial report, and we're going to customize it so that it shows the results of all transactions regardless of date. So this is how you do it with all reports, including the trial balance. We click Reports from the left panel, then we click Standard. Now you can see the standard section of reports is broken into categories, and each category has the down arrow that opens up the list of reports in that category. If you want, you could click the down triangle and collapse each section so you can see all of the report sections together. that they make available when they first offer you reports from the standard section. Okay? When I close them all, I get them all together. And I happen to know that the trial balance is in the section of For My Accountant. So if I scroll to the bottom of that section and I click Trial Balance, you can see that automatically it opens by default whatever the current month is, it shows month to date. But we need to change this to show the results of all transactions regardless of date. Then we run report and you can see it changed from the default date to all dates. Now, of course, it's blank because we haven't recorded any transactions yet, but we're going to save it in the custom area so it can be easily accessed, and always remember that we want all dates. So we click Save Customization and leave the name. If you want, you can change it, but we'll just click Save. Now, to check that it's there, we click Reports, and we open the custom area of reports, and we see we have our good friend, the trial balance. And when we double click and open it from the custom area, we can see it remembers that we want to show the results of all transactions regardless of date. The next common report that most companies need, whether you're a contractor or not, is Open Invoice. And this shows only the invoices that we have billed to the clients that we have not gotten paid for, and it shows the remaining balance on each invoice. We're also going to customize this report to show the results of all transactions regardless of date. So we click Reports, we go back to the Standard section, and we go to the section of Who Owes You, and we scroll down a little and we get Open Invoice. Double click. Now again, it opens by default month to date, but we need to see the results of all transactions regardless of date. So we click the pull down, All Dates, and to make it change, you have to click Run Report. Now that you click Run Report, you can see the date range changed, and you're able to click Save Customization. And again, you could give it a different name if you want to, but we'll just click Save. And we can check that it's there by clicking Reports, Custom Reports, and the two specific reports that we customized and set aside are waiting for us to use. Now, we should also put in the Customize section Transaction List by Customer. This report is the best, and when you're looking for something that relates to a customer or project, this is the best place to look. But we have to set it up and customize it properly. So we click Reports, then we go to Standard, and instead of Who Owes You, we click Sales and Customers, and we go down to Transaction List by Customer, and we double click. Now, this report opens in a special way, but the truth is, looking at the report in the new way they present does not give you the ability to use all of the features of reports. It's just a more convenient view. So in our course, here's a general rule. We always switch to Classic View to make sure that we can access all of the features that we need. And now that we're in Classic View, we do what we always do with reports. We ask QuickBooks to show us the results of all transactions, regardless of date. Then to make the change take effect, we click Run Report, and then we have to save customization. I like to keep the name. You can give it a different name, but we click Save. And now when we click Reports for Custom, we can see we now have 3 reports in our Custom section to access as we do our work. Now, the first report that is specific to contractors that we're going to set up right away is the Estimates versus Actual and Percent Complete. This is the only report that reveals what's going on with your progress invoicing. And we are going to be using this report in this course very often. So let's go ahead and set it up. Again, we click Reports, go to the Standard area, and when we go down to the section of sales and customers, you can see that we have this report, this very special report with a long name, Estimates and Progress Invoicing Summary by Customer. Double click, and of course it's empty because we haven't done anything with it yet. Okay, but it doesn't contain data because we haven't recorded any transactions or any estimates, but it does show the results of all dates without us having to change it. So let's click Save Customization and Save so that it's in the Convenience section that we're in. Now, I don't know why I switched to Business View just now. I'm not quite sure. But if you go back to Accountant and View and you click Reports and Custom, you can see these are the 4 reports that we set up. And there's only one more we're going to do in this video. Profit and loss by customer is the one that contractors will be working with all the time. It's the only way to show how much money you really made for a specific project or job. And we're going to put it on the list the same way we put the others. We click Reports, go to Standard, and when it comes to the sales section, look for Profit and Loss by Job. It might actually be in the Business Overview. Yep, it's in the Business Overview section, Profit and Loss by Customer. Click. Now, we make it all dates, we run report, and save customization and save. Now, when we go to the Reports Custom section, we have the first 5 reports that we're going to work with right away. And of course, there are more reports other than these 2. But what we're going to do is start with these, and then as we go along and learn more, whenever we need a new report for the new section we're learning, we'll come back and add that to the customized list.
Chapter 7. Customer and Vendor Data.
You need to keep records on your customers and clients and keep records on your vendors and subcontractors, and they have to be organized and easily accessible. Because you need to be able to choose the name from a pull-down list whenever you're making a transaction with either a customer or a vendor. But QuickBooks Online makes this process very easy. You can instantly get client or vendor information from the customer or vendor center. You see, QuickBooks Online presents it like a little Rolodex, because in the days before the computer, a little Rolodex would be the place that you put in all the relevant information about your clients or your vendors. But with QuickBooks Online, we simply take the information for each field of data that would be in the Rolodex and we put it into the appropriate field in QuickBooks Online so that you can use the Customer Center or the Vendor Center to access the information just as easily as you did in the days before the computer. Now, there are many fields of data in this Rolodex for both customers and vendors. But what you need to know is that the only required field that you need to fill out in order to save their name on the customer or vendor list is the customer display name. And what we're going to do in this course when we set it up is we're going to skip the other fields of data. The other fields of data are not relevant for the accounting and not relevant for you to learn the contractor features, but we want to save time. Of course, you could always go back and reopen it and enter the additional fields of data or change any fields of data anytime you like, just as easily as opening up the Rolodex, erasing the old information and putting in the new. Physically managing your customer data and your vendor data is the exact same thing. The windows look the same and you physically manage them the same. The only difference is that the customer is in the customer sales area and the vendor data is in the expense and vendor area. Physically, it's the exact same thing. However, with customers, when we finish putting in their name and address and so on, we then have to put in the projects that we will do for them. You see, customers have additional data that vendors won't have. And in order to manage the projects that are under each customer, specifically if there's one customer or client that has several projects going on at once, we would then need to add the data about the project in a separate window called the projects window. So you have to set up your customers first before you can go to the projects window and start setting up the information about each job or project that you would do for those customers. So we will put in the projects window after this video. It's the video that follows this one. And in the meantime, we'll start off with two simple sample clients. We're going to put in the customer list Sarah Simple Client and Bonnie Billabaloney. These will be the two individuals whom we will do business with first. And instead of putting only their name, we might want to take a moment just to put in the address field. Of course, in a real situation, we would put in the phone number and the email and so on, but we're focusing on just learning the accounting and the contractor features. So let's go ahead and add these two clients to the customer list. In order to access the customer list, you have to go to the left panel and click the Sales tab. Then once you're in the Sales tab, you can click Customers. Of course, the same choices of these submenus here are the same choices that you read as you go across the Sales section. But we want to deal with customers. And if it's the first time coming to the customer window, you'll get this little message here, and then you can just click Add Customer. If it's your second or third time coming, you'll actually see the list of the customers that you put on the list. But for now, we just want to put Sarah Simple Client. And of course, if I'm typing too quickly, you can always pause the video and wait for me and then type it in yourself. Now let's scroll down to where it says address. Click in the address field and type 111 First Street, City, New York, State, New York, a place so nice they named it twice, and the zip code will be 11111. Now when we click Save, we now have one customer on our list. And we're not looking at the list right now, we're looking only at this one client, because this gives us the ability to edit and go back and change anything we need. But once we've saved one client, we can just click the customer button here. Oop, and I guess we can go Sales, Customers. I guess they really want you to put on a bunch of customers before you can see it in a list. So let's put Bonnie Billabaloney on 2nd Street. And of course, you can pause the video anytime you feel I'm typing too quickly. Now let's skip all the other data, and just for practice, let's put in the address. And the zip code. Now click Save. Now we have two customers on the list. I would imagine you might have to go to the dashboard and then come back if you want to see the list of customers. Boy, they really make it difficult. Maybe if we click Refresh. There, that did it. Now we can see the list of customers that we have, and we can see each customer we added. And if we need to change anything, we can go back to this window, click right on the name, and it'll present the client in front of us. Then we can click Edit, and we can change any of the fields of data that we need. Now, when setting up vendors, we're only going to put the name. And of course, you can go back and add an address and a phone number or do whatever you like with your vendor list. But these are the 7 vendors that we're going to use during this course. And you can type them in exactly the same way that you typed in the customers, except they will be in the expense and vendor section rather than the customer section. But it's the same idea. Here, let's close this out. If customers, you click sales customers. Therefore, for vendors, you have to scroll to expenses and click vendors. And again, if it's the very first time you're coming to the vendor window, you will not see the list. You have to click add vendor, and then you have to type in the name. Okay, and of course you'd put in the rest of the stuff in real life. Click save, and let's see who the next vendor is. Maybe Home Depot. So oh look, we have the vendor list here. We can just click new vendor and type in, and then click save, and now we have 2 vendors on the list. Go ahead and see if you can enter the remaining 6 vendors exactly the same way that I put in the first 2. And when you finish, this is what your vendor list should look like in the vendor center. And anytime you need to access it, you can click expenses, vendors, and you should get the vendor list. Sometimes this happens. You might have to click refresh. Again, it's at the beginning. There are some little quirks, but always remember, vendors go with expenses, and these 4 choices here are the same as the 4 choices across the top.
Chapter 8. Using the Projects window.
The Projects window in QuickBooks Online is a window that puts together everything you need for your projects all in one place. It gives you the ability to separate the income and expenses per project if they're under the same client. This way, you can run reports that show the profitability of only the individual jobs without mixing them together under the same client. And that would be the only way you could know how much a specific project is actually making. You must input the customer data first, like we did in the previous video, because the project's information come under the customer. So put in the customer information just like we learned. Then when you go to the projects window, you'll see the customer available in the pull-down choice, and you'll choose the appropriate customer for the project you're putting on the projects list. Now, once you put a project on the list of projects, you don't need to go back to the projects window at all. Everything in the projects window is a repeat of windows that you can open from any other place in QuickBooks Online, like the cogwheel, the plus sign, and the left panel menu. Just put the project name on the list and you're done. That creates the project. You can see everything that relates to the project all in one place if you choose the projects window, but you don't have to. You can see that information in the 3 other places that we learned about as we're learning QuickBooks Online. Now keep in mind, there are 4 things that a contractor needs regarding a project that the projects window cannot do. The projects window cannot show you a report that compares the estimates versus the actual and show you the % complete of progress invoicing. The projects window cannot compare profit and loss by project in one report. You cannot have several projects comparing their income and expenses in one report. You can only look at one profitability report at a time for each project. And you cannot see the balance owed for unpaid invoices. And you're going to be sending invoices to clients based on the progress of work that you've done. and according to the contract, they'll be making payments. You cannot see those payments, and you cannot see the balance of what's owed on the invoices you sent. Lastly, you cannot see a list of all project activity in one report. In the prior videos, we set up the transaction list by customer, and in my opinion, the transaction list by customer is better to look at than some of the reports that are displayed in the projects window because it shows the entire picture of everything that happened with the project. So we will not use the projects window in this course. Because of the limitations, we will use the menus that we learned about earlier to make sure that we're utilizing all the features that a contractor needs in QuickBooks Online. However, please feel free to open the projects window periodically and explore and experiment with what's there, because it might be a convenience that you might choose to use one day. Now, our starting projects come from the customers that we already put on the list. We put Sarah Simple Client on the list, and the project that we're going to create for her is named Southwoods Road. So let's go ahead and put that on the list. So from the left panel, we click Projects. Now, of course, if it's your very first time coming to the projects window, this is what you will see. So you have to click Start a Project. Now, we're only going to put the name. And of course, we have to choose which customer the project is for. And we're going to choose Sarah Simple Client. Now, let's make sure we have plenty of time to finish this project. So we're going to start the project on January 1 of 2025. And that will be the year, the example year we will use in our little story. And we will try to finish before December 31st of 2025. Now, there are 4 pieces of data that you can choose from when setting up a project. And these 4 pieces of data do not affect anything. All they do is display whatever you choose. So if you choose to make sure that everything shows that the project moved to the next phase, open up the projects window and simply change the pull down. I like to keep it as in progress so it displays immediately when I run reports. And in the notes, you could put the address and any other piece of information that you feel is important for that particular project. Now, when we click Save, we finally get a chance to go to the projects window, and you can see everything in a glance. And I invite you to read the little opening explanation of each little piece that's displayed in the projects window. So read it, click on it, read it, click on it, but it's common sense. And as I said, these are things that are simply repeats of what you can find from the cogwheel, the plus sign, and the left panel. But it's all in one place, so it's very convenient. Now, in order to see the list of every project that's in the window, you go back to the left panel and click Projects. Now, notice it says In Progress, but if you choose All Statuses, you'll see. Now let's put the other projects on the list. Bonnie Billabaloney has 2 projects, Hanson Place and Searingtown Road. And we need to track the income and expense of these 2 jobs separately, even though they're both under Bonnie Billabaloney. So we click Projects. We have only one on the list so far. We click New Project, Hanson Place. The project is for Bonnie Billabaloney, and let's make sure we have plenty of time to finish the job, so our projects will all start on January 1 of 2025. Excuse me. and they'll all finish on December 31 of 2025. Now, let's make we can leave it as in progress. You can always change it. It's just a piece of data. And of course, you would put the address or any other notes you would need. And when we click Save, and then we click, you can see Hanson Place is here on the list, and you can change the data associated with it so you can display projects that just have the data you wanted. Not started, change it to not started, change it to cancel. Let's leave it as not started here. Now, when we click the projects window, okay, it's not showing because the status showed not started. But if we change this to all statuses, we can see both the Hanson Place job and the Southwoods Road job. And you would double click on a particular project to see all of the reports, all of the transactions, and all the other information about that project. So let's put on the last project, Searingtown Road, under Bonnie Billabaloney. Project, new project, Searingtown Road. This project is under Bonnie Billabaloney. Let's make sure we have plenty of time to finish this project. December 31 of 2025. That's the example year. We'll leave the status, and you would normally put notes and the address, click Save. And now we have on our projects list the 3 projects that we will be working with at the beginning. Should change this to all statuses so that you can see all projects at once, and you might have to zoom out a little in your browser in order to see all the projects that you created in one window. So don't forget that you don't really need this projects window, but you can come back and take a look for your convenience.
Chapter 9. The Contractor's Chart of Accounts.
What is the chart of accounts? Well, in the days before the computer, the chart of accounts was called the general ledger. And basically it was a book where each page in the book listed and recorded a separate category of the financial transactions of the company. Now that we have the computer, it's the same exact idea, but each page in the book is basically a little separate file or section within the chart of accounts. It's supposed to replicate the functionality of having a book where each page would record a different category of transactions. For example, the first page might be called video income, where you would record every deposit you made where you earned income specifically for that one service video. This way you could compare it to the other page that recorded your income from another service, so you would be able to tell where your money is coming in from. Some of the other pages in the general ledger and chart of accounts would also be expense categories that you would write down. For example, delivery expense might be the page that you write down every time you pay for a company delivery. And whether you pay FedEx or UPS, it wouldn't matter. If that's the service you paid for, then that would be the page that you would write down that transaction. Now, in the days before the computer, it didn't look like this. Basically, the general ledger was a book like you saw a moment ago, where each page in the book looked like a spreadsheet with columns that had different widths. And whenever you had a transaction that related to that specific category, you would record each piece of data regarding that transaction across the row. So each row represented a transaction, and each column represented a section of data for each transaction. Recording it logically in this way made it very clear what transactions we had. And although it was helpful to look at the pages of the listed transactions, the most important results came from summarizing and totaling the numbers. Once we got the total of every account in the chart of accounts, we could then use those totals for valuable insights. We would then organize those totals onto the financial statements that we've been speaking about so that we can have a clear picture of what's going on in the business. For example, the results of all the income and expenses would be listed on a report called the profit and loss. And the profit and loss would clearly show how well your company did during a specific period of time. And the other numbers that did not go on the profit and loss went on another report, a different report called the balance sheet. And the balance sheet's purpose is to show you what you have compared to what you owe. And of course, this is a very abbreviated balance sheet, but you can see if you compare your bank account's balance to your credit card balances, you'll have a good sense of the financial position of the company. And that's the reason we use the chart of accounts. And all of this accounting ultimately results in taking the ending balance of each account and listing it on our good friend, the trial balance. Once the trial balance confirms that all the numbers are correct, then we would take some of those numbers and put them on a balance sheet and put the rest of the trial balance numbers on the profit and loss. And it's the two financial statements that experts in business and financial people would look at to judge how well your business is doing and what position your company is in. This is not our chart of accounts. It's just an example for me to talk about. Ours is coming later. And you may notice there are 3 areas of data that we have to input when we put in the list of accounts that we need for our specific company. So let's quickly talk about them. You have to put in the name, you have to tell QuickBooks Online which account type it is, and you also in QuickBooks Online have to tell QuickBooks what detail type the account is. Now, what do all 3 pieces of data really mean? Well, name can be anything you want. You can type it in, but in our course, we're going to put all capitals. This way, we can clearly distinguish between the accounts that we created and the accounts that QuickBooks Online created for us. And exactly what you type in the name field when you create the account is what's going to show up on the reports. Now, when choosing account type determines what transactions you can put into the account. For example, if it's a bank type of account, you can record bank deposits. But if it's an expense type of an account, QuickBooks Online will not give you the ability to record your bank deposits into an expense type of account. And the account type also determines what position that account will appear on your financial statements. Now, the third piece of data is relatively unique to QuickBooks Online. You also have to choose a detail type. And the detail type is also called tax mapping. And it determines where on the company tax forms will the balance of that specific account show up. Now remember, it usually does not affect your day-to-day QuickBooks usage. It really is the truth that in this course, if you accidentally put the wrong detail type, in most cases it will not affect you. QuickBooks Online already comes with the most commonly needed chart of accounts. And there are many accounts already in the chart of accounts waiting for us. But what we're going to do is add the ones that we need for our contractor business. Now, here's a list of the specific accounts that we're going to add to the existing chart of accounts. And notice all the names are in capital letters. And I like to do that so that your eyes can more clearly distinguish between the accounts that we created and put on the list and the accounts that QuickBooks Online created for us. Now, there's one very important point that contractors really need to pay attention to regarding the chart of accounts. When we input the chart of accounts, we have to first switch back to Business View just to put in the chart of accounts. And that's because Business View includes the vital contractor features that we're going to use on a later lesson. And it's very important that you know that the chart of accounts, or at least the input part, looks different when you switch from Accountant View to Business View. So we'll switch to Business View, and then we'll put in these accounts that we're going to use, at least at the beginning, and then we will immediately switch back so we can make it easier to navigate. So to switch to Business View, we click the cog wheel and we go down to Switch to Business View. Now, once you're in Business View, the chart of accounts is under the area of Bookkeeping. So we click Bookkeeping, and here we are. Click the chart of accounts. Now, this is the list of accounts that already comes with QuickBooks Online. And you can see they really thought of everything. In my opinion, the only thing they didn't think of is that it's too much clutter to really pay attention to when you're trying to manage the chart of accounts. That's why, after I show you how to put in the crucial ones that we need, I'm going to show you how to remove any of the ones that they put. So if you want to spend your time making the list a little smaller, that might help you if you feel you need to do that. But for now, let's go ahead and add all three pieces of data for each account in the chart of accounts as we enter this list. And even though it comes with an account called cash, that one is meant for cash on hand. The one that we're going to add represents the cash in the bank. So we will put these three pieces of data when we add the account: cash in bank, bank type of account, detail type, checking. Click in the top right, New, and we get the new account window the way it looks in the Business View. So the type is already chosen as bank, and the detail type we change to checking, and when we type the name ourselves, we make sure that the cap locks is on so we can identify the difference between the accounts that we put and the accounts that QuickBooks Online put. And now when we click Save and Close, here in the bottom right, here, go up a little, so you can see the Save and Close. You can see that cash and bank has been added to the list. Let's add another account. How about income from heating repair? It's an income type of account and it's service fee income. So we click income for the type of account, and if you don't see it in the account type list, scroll down until you get to income, and the detail type is service fee, and the name is heating repair. And of course, you can click Save and Close, and if you scroll down to the income section below the assets and liabilities and equity, you will see heating repair in capital letters, and it helps our eyes identify the one that we put. What else should we put? Income from plumbing services. And again, it's income and service fee. So what do? Scroll to the top, New, income, service fee, and we make the name income from plumbing services. Okay, save and close, and rest assured that's on the list as well. Now, you have 4 more that you have to enter yourself, And these last, these last four are expenses. So I'll enter one with you and see if you can enter the other three yourself and see if when you finish, your chart of accounts looks like mine. How about architecture and engineering expense? So we click New, Expense. What type of expense? Legal and professional fees. So the detail type is legal and professional fees. Pretty long name. Save and close. Now, if I scroll down slowly, here's one that I put. Can I see the other one in capital letters? Coming soon. Up. Here's one that I put. Better change the name there. What else? Here's one that I put, and so on. So make sure you included all the accounts in your chart of accounts. See if you can do the last three yourself so that when we move to the next lesson and you look at the chart of accounts, these accounts are on your list. And of course, as we go along, we're going to use some of the accounts that are included with QuickBooks Online. But before we leave, don't forget to switch back to Accountant View so that your interface looks like mine. We come here and we go to the cogwheel, switch to Accountant View. And we're almost finished with setting up, and we can jump right in to contractor transactions.
Chapter 10. Contractors, Products and Service List.
The QuickBooks Online list of products and services are a list of items that you would put in the body of an invoice whenever you would bill your client. These things that we're going to put on the list are things that we bill our customers for. They appear in the body of the invoice to explain what we're billing the customer for when we send them the invoice. And they're simply the products and services that you sell. For example, if we had a simple wedding video company, we would put video service in the body of the invoice, and we would put the rate per hour, we would put the quantity, and the invoice window would multiply and give the amount that the client is supposed to pay. If we did editing service, it means that both video service and editing service should be on the list of products and services. And when we put in the list of products and services, we put the name and put the rate that we charge. This way, all we have to do is put the quantity on the invoice when we put the item, and QuickBooks Online will multiply, find the total for that service, and then automatically find the total for the invoice. Well, this is Vonda's chart of accounts. And what do we want to happen to the chart of accounts when we bill a client for services that we gave? We want the income accounts in the chart of accounts to increase for the appropriate service that we gave. So if we happen to have a video company like Vonda here, and we charge for editing and we charge for video, then what would happen would be we would put those items on the items list that we're about to go to now. Then when we open an invoice, we could choose the items, and then this way when we save the invoice, the money amount that we put for the item on the invoice would be the amount that increases the appropriate income account. So when we put the items on the items list, we have to connect the item to the appropriate income account. This way, the numbers accumulate in the appropriate income account, and when we run the trial balance and the other financial reports, we can clearly see how much money we're making from one particular service compared to another. Now, in the case of a contractor, we're going to show you an example of a typical contractor's items list. And the reason I show it from the desktop version is because this window clearly shows the name of the item as well as the income account and the chart of accounts that it's connected to, so that when we bill for it, the appropriate income account increases. So what we'll have to do is put the items on the items list in such a way that we connect them to the appropriate income account. And you'll notice each item has some income account. And you'll also notice that you could have several items for one income account, depending on how you like to categorize your service items and the items of income in your company. You see, you have to decide very carefully at the beginning what your income accounts will be, because these are the numbers that will show up in the income section of your profit and loss. That's where the numbers from the profit and loss come from. They come from the chart of accounts, but the numbers in the chart of accounts come from the items that you put on the items list and billed on an invoice to your customer. Now, the whole process starts by putting 100% of the items on your estimate. And then once you put the items you're going to charge for on an estimate, then what happens is as you bill the client little by little for the work that you do, whatever amount of work that was done for that estimate in that phase of the job would be the amount that gets put on the invoice for you to ask for payment. Then once you put it on an invoice and save the invoice, then the income accounts and the chart of accounts that show up in the profit and loss will increase by the amounts that you put on the invoice when you save the invoice. Now, where do they come from at the beginning? Well, if you're a contractor, what you usually have between you and your client is a contract, hence the term contractor. But there's one very important part of the contract that specifically lists the work that you're going to do for your client during the contract. And that list of work in the contract should reflect the items that you set up and put on your items list. So you have to carefully consider the names of the items that you put so that they match any contract you have with the client, and carefully consider the names of the income accounts they're attached to so you can see the profit and loss the way you need to. Now, once you put the items on the invoices, what you're supposed to do when we get a little bit deeper into the class is we're supposed to put a description and a subdescription so a person who's deciding whether they want to pay the latest invoice from the job can really see what work was done and compare it to the contract. But we'll get into those details later. Right now, you should know that the items on the contract are the same items that you put as 100% of them on the estimate, and then they get billed little by little with progress invoicing. So the estimate that we will learn about in the next video will have 100% of the money amount and quantity of the items of that particular contract. Then, if the contract calls for progress invoicing, after we complete a phase of the job, we will only bill the client for the amount finished on that particular phase. That's how progress invoicing works, but it all starts from choosing the right items on your items list for products and services and the correct income accounts. So, this will be the items list that we will start off with. And notice it says the name of the item here on the left, and it says the corresponding income account that it's attached to. And all we have to do is put these 7 items on the items list the way it looks here, and then we will be ready to record transactions and estimates as a contractor. From the top right, we click the cog wheel, and we go to the column of lists, and we click Products and Services. Now, if this is your first time coming to the window after you create the account, you have to click here to add one item to the list first before they let you look at the list. So we have to click service because each thing a contractor does is service. Now notice the first four services are connected to income from heating repair. So we'll put carpentry and electrical work. Is it carpentry? And we won't put in any other information other than income come from, here it is, income from heating repair. I added the words income from after I put them in the chart of accounts. Save and close, and now it will let you look at the list of products and services. Notice it automatically comes with two services on the list already that are already connected to one of the accounts or one or more of the accounts in the chart of accounts. The accounts that actually came with QuickBooks Online are connected to the items that it came with. But let's do the next one here. Electrical work, income from heating repair. Products and services, just like you clicked before. And now scroll to the top of the window and click New. This is a service, and this is electrical work. And this will also be connected to income from heating repair. And you don't have to click Save and Close. You can click this arrow and click Save and New. It'll keep the window open, and it will even leave it as a service, and that will help you save time. Electrical work, and it's connected to income from heating repair. Again, when you want to filter through the big list of accounts, just type in the first three letters, INC, and when you scroll a little, you'll get the account you need. Save and New. Now it should remember that you want Save and New, and it should remember that you want a service. So we go to the next one, mason work. Income from heating repair, INC, Save and New. Next one, still a service. Mason work, income from heating repair. INC. Steam cleaning. Income from heating repair, Save and New. What's the next one? The next four go into income from plumbing services. So we type replacement parts, INC, income from plumbing services, Save and New. Now, there are three more that go with income from plumbing services. See if you can type them in yourself without me showing you, and see if you finish with the same items list that I do. And after you save the last one, this is what your items list should look like. Notice it's not as good as the desktop version because it doesn't show you the income account naturally, but you can click the cogwheel in the top right of the list and ask it to show the income account associated, and then when you click away from that, the income account will be listed. You might have to expand the column a little here by getting this double arrow, see? But this helps you double check that you put the appropriate income account next to the correct service name so that you have the exact same items list as mine. Congratulations, we are completely done with the contractor setup, and now we're ready to record estimates, contracts, and transactions.
Chapter 11. Creating Estimates.
Contract job estimates are formal documents that you give your clients that estimate the cost of each aspect of the contract that you will perform for the client. And you may well ask, where do estimates come from? The estimates come from the original contract. When you have a contract with a client, there should be articles in the contract that separate the different sections. But the most important part for bookkeeping purposes is the article that dictates the specific work that's going to be done during the contract. That should reflect items that you as a contractor have on your items list, so that when you contract with your clients to perform the services of renovation, demolition, repair, or anything else, your items on your items list should reflect the description of the items in the contract that you're supposed to perform for the client. And if you have them on your items list, then it should be very easy to simply select them when you create the job estimate for that contract when you're using QuickBooks Online. So therefore, the items in any particular contract should easily match the items that are listed on the estimate that goes with that contract. Now, the items on the contract are billed for progress invoicing. That means 100% of the work section of the contract should be clearly described and listed in detail on the original job estimate. And the money amounts and the quantity and the items should be listed at 100%. Then, of course, as you complete the job piece by piece, you're allowed to send an invoice that reflects the amount that you finished. But the items on the invoice come from the items that are listed on the original estimate. And you keep billing until all the items on the estimate have been billed for 100% of the money amount that was listed on the contract. So there are only 2 reports that show an estimate after you physically create the estimate. This report with a long name, Estimates and Progress Invoicing Summary by Customer, and Transaction List by Customer are the only 2 reports that show an estimate. And we already have those set up. And the reason why estimates only appear on those 2 reports is because technically estimates are not transactions. They will not change any money amounts on any reports when we create and record them. They are events, but they are not events where there's some kind of exchange of value, so they will not affect the trial balance, the profit and loss, or any of our other reports that reflect a money balance. They're simply documents that future transactions will be based on. So let's put in our first example. Let's imagine on January 1 of 2025, we created estimate number 1 for the Southwoods Road project that we created in a prior video, and that's under Sally's Simple Client. From the top left, we click New, and in the column of Customers, we click Estimate. Now notice this is the new look of the new style of estimate that QuickBooks Online makes available. Unfortunately, it does not have all of the features. That's why the general rule in this course will be click to switch to the old layout. And now we click Switch Layout, and we don't really have to give feedback. We can close this so that we switch to the layout that we're sure includes all of the features that a contractor needs. Now, we're going to put the name of the client, but be careful. When you put the client, you have to make sure that you choose the specific project that's under that client. And you can change the status of that project right here to accepted. And we don't really have to put dates right now. We can put those dates in the project window or reopen the estimate later. But the date that we make the estimate should be the date that the work on the contract begins. And in our little story, this example date will be January 1 of 2025. Now, you can put whatever estimate number you want. I'm going to overwrite what they suggest with estimate number 1. Then all that remains is to put the items of product and service in the body of the estimate. Now, we're going to do that by looking here and reading it off one by one and making sure the amount is the same. We want 400 units of carpentry at the rate of $200 each, making $80,000. So that should be easy. We click the pull down arrow for product and service, carpentry, the rate in this example, 200, and how many units do we want? 400 in this contract. So we confirm that's $80,000. The next item will be 800 units, 800 units of electrical work at $300 each. So we click under the first product to bring the pull down arrow, choose electrical work, 800 units at $300 each. Now, just to be clear, if the cursor is flashing in a field, you can go to the left of your keyboard and push the Tab key, and that will save the field and move the cursor to the next one. We confirm the money amount of electrical work would be $240,000. Now we want mason work, 1,200 at 400. So we click under the item, mason work, 1,200 at 400, and confirm the amount, $480,000, and steam cleaning, 400 at 500. Steam cleaning, 400 at 500. Now we have our first estimate, and the total is a nice round clear number, $1 million. And if you want to close it rather than make a new one or send it, you can click the arrow and choose Save and Close. Now let's see them on the two reports. Let's open Estimates, Progress, Invoicing, Summary, but that whole thing, you know. We click the Reports tab. We go to Custom Reports, and the one with the longest name is right on top. So we double click, and we can see that it did save the estimate. It did allow us to change the status of the project, and it did show us the total amount. And most importantly, on this report, we can see that none of the work has been billed yet. Maybe it's been done, but according to QuickBooks Online, it's 0% finished. So let's put in another one just for good measure. Let's also imagine on January 1 of 2025, we had this estimate for Hanson Place, and Hanson Place is under the other client, Bonnie Billabaloney. So we do the same thing. We click New, we click Estimate, and QuickBooks Online remembers how we want it enumerated by looking at the last document of a similar kind and putting the next number in succession. And we can change this job status from pending to accepted, and then later when we go back to the projects window, you'll see the status of that job has changed. Now we can choose Hanson Place under Bonnie Billabaloney. And of course, we want to put the date that the work on the contract starts, January 1 of 2025. This expiration date, thank goodness, is optional. It's just another piece of data just like this. It doesn't affect anything. It just helps you remember and note the information. So now we go to the body of the estimate and we put in what's here. Dewinterizing 2,000 at 250. So we click directly under Products and Service, click the pull down arrow, dewinterizing, and it's 2000 at 250. And we confirm it's $500,000 of dewinterizing. Replacement pipes, 3,000 at 300. So we click under that item to get the pull down arrow, click the arrow, replacement pipes, and it's 3,000 at 300. What's the next one? Replace motor parts, 3,000 at 400. Click under, click the arrow, replace parts, 3,000 at 400. And the last item, winterizing, 1,200 units at 2,000 each. So you could even type the letter after you click the arrow, type the letter, and it will help filter it, and 1,200, 2,000. Now we have a $5 million estimate for a $5 million contract, and the numbers are nice and round for us to work with. So when we click Save and Close, we can see that the report with the long name regarding estimates shows two estimates that are both zero complete, and they are both accepted. And we can take a look at the other report. My favorite report for contractors is Transaction List by Customer. That's because it lists the job separately and it shows the estimate along with all the other transactions that relate to that job for that client.
Chapter 12. Creating Invoices.
If you're using the progress invoicing feature in QuickBooks Online, it means your contract allows you to request payment from your client by creating an invoice after each phase. Now, when you create an invoice, it accomplishes two things. It's a document that you can give to your client that formally and legally requests payment for an amount of a job that's finished. And that was very important in the days before the computer. But the other thing that recording an invoice does when you record it in QuickBooks Online is that it records income earned, and income earned will be reflected in the financial records at the moment you save the invoice. We learned from prior videos that the items that you put on an invoice will record income directly into the income accounts in the chart of accounts. And whatever the balances of those income accounts are will show up in the trial balance and the other financial reports. However, we are now going to use an additional account in the chart of accounts. This is an account that came with QuickBooks Online, and it's a very important account, and it's named Accounts Receivable. Accounts Receivable is an account in the chart of accounts whose balance reflects the total money owed by all clients together at any given moment. So whatever Alan's balance plus Betty's balance plus Candy's balance are together, that's what the number should be when you run the trial balance. But where else will an invoice show up when you record an invoice? Well, in addition to the chart of accounts and accounts receivable like we just discussed, the invoice will show up on a special report called the Open Invoice Report. And the point of the Open Invoice Report is to show any remaining balance of any unpaid invoice that you legitimately earned and sent to your client. Another place where the results of an invoice will show up is on the percent complete for progress invoicing. Remember the estimates and progress invoicing summary by customer? As soon as you record a job invoice, that report will reflect that there has been progress on the contract and that it is now a higher percent complete. For example, let's imagine on January 31, we recorded and sent invoice number 1 to Sarah for 25% of the Southwoods Road job. And I happen to know that 25% of the Southwoods Road job equals $250,000. So what will be the result in the trial balance at the moment we record this first invoice? Well, we know that we earned income from heating repair because that's what the items are connected to on the first estimate in this Southwoods Road contract, and we know that the amount of the invoice is $250,000. So the blank trial balance will now show income from heating repair $250,000. And because the money is owed on the invoice at the moment we record it, that means that accounts receivable, which represents the total money that all clients owe us together, now it goes from 0 to $250,000, the amount of the first invoice. But will this be the only place that the result shows? No. The estimates and progress invoicing report will show that the job is 25% complete after this first invoice. And, of course, the open invoice report will show that there's a balance of $250,000 owed. So, let's take a look at how to record it. From the top left, we click New, and then we go down and click Invoice in the top left in the Customer column. Now, the first thing we have to put is what we have to be careful of, the date. The date of this invoice will be January 31 of 2025, our example year. And the customer is not just Sarah, it's the Southwoods Road job. Now notice, as soon as you choose a job that has an estimate, this right panel shows up asking you if this invoice relates to this estimate. And if it does, you need to click the Add button here. And when we click Add, QuickBooks Online will ask us what percent or what amount of the entire estimate is complete. And in this example, we click the middle button because we want to indicate that each line of this estimate is exactly 25% complete in this particular example. So we then click Copy to Invoice, and then you'll notice 25% of each amount is the amount that's billed. And that's how it works if it's a percent of everything. We then can go down to the bottom right and click the arrow. Instead of Save and Send or Save and New, let's just click Save and Close so we can immediately check our results. We click Reports, and then we go to Custom and click Trial Balance, and you can see the results are exactly as what we expected. Accounts receivable showed up for the first time as $250,000, and income from heating repair showed up for the first time as $250,000. So where else do we have to check our results? Well, the percent complete for the job is now 25%, so let's check that report. We go to Reports, Custom Reports, Estimate and Progress Invoicing Summary, and you can see that this Southwoods Road job that has been accepted, scroll to the right, and you can see this report now shows that this is 25% finished. And lastly, the open invoice report will show that somebody owes us $250,000. If we click Reports, in the custom area, click Open Invoice, you can see that there's one and only one unpaid invoice, invoice number 1 for $250,000. Now, before we do a second example, I think it's important to show you how you can change anything you want. You can reopen any transaction or entry from any report that lists that transaction. So for example, if we click Reports and then we go to Open Invoices, again we can see one invoice that we just recorded. However, I don't want to use QuickBooks Online's way of enumerating the invoices. I want to make it the numbers that I need to make it, so we're going to change 1001 to the number 1. So in order to reopen anything you entered into QuickBooks Online, all you have to do is double-click anywhere in the line of the transaction on any of the pieces of data, and that transaction or entry will open right in front of you. Once it's there, you can click and change anything you want or anything you need. In this case, I'm only changing the invoice number to be invoice number 1. So now when I click Save and Close in the bottom right, it says, "Are you sure?" Yes. As soon as you go back to the Open Invoice report, the results show immediately. So now we'll do our second example. Let's imagine on February 28th, we recorded a second invoice for the Southwoods Road job for Sarah for an additional 25% of the job done. And we know that's $250,000. So what will be the result in the trial balance after we record this second job invoice? Well, we are going to receive in the future an additional $250,000, so accounts receivable increases to $500,000. And because this invoice indicates that we've earned an additional $250,000 in heating repair income, that number also increases to $500,000. So let's take a look at what happens when we record it. In the top left, we click New Invoice. And then we change the date to February 28th of 2025. The job is again Southwoods Road under Sarah Simple Client. And again, the estimate is not finished. QuickBooks Online knows there's still a lot left to this estimate, so it shows up in the right panel when we choose it, and we click Add. Now notice, QuickBooks Online remembers that we wanted to bill for 25% in the last invoice, and it knows that progress invoicing is usually billed in even intervals. So that's why it suggests another 25%. So we'll click Copy to Invoice, and notice how it enumerated the invoice. Now, if you change it to number 2, I promise next time around, just the number 3 will come up automatically. You will see. So we will now go to the bottom right and click Save and Close. And we can see our open invoice report now has 2 unpaid open invoices for this job. But most importantly, when we click Reports, Custom, Trial Balance, you can see the results are exactly as what we expected. You can see that accounts receivable has increased to $500,000 and income from heating repair has increased to $500,000. Where else will you see this result? Well, now this job is 50% complete, or at least 50% billed. So if we open our good friend, the report called Estimates Progress Invoicing Summary by Customer, you can see that the Southwoods Road job, if we scroll to the right, indicates now it is 50% complete. Now, you can also check the open invoice report, but we already saw that as soon as we saved the second invoice. And remember, you can open the transaction list by customer to see everything in one place related to that job. It's the only one that shows that. Reports, transaction list by customer, and when we scroll down to Southwoods Road, we can see the estimate right next to the invoices, all the events related to that job in date order.
Chapter 13. Receiving invoice payments.
What happens when you receive payments for a job invoice? Well, you have more money in the bank account, so the cash in bank goes up. But of course, the number that indicates how much is owed to you in the future will now decrease because you will receive less in the future because you just got some of that cash now. So accounts receivable will go down by the amount of the payment, and cash in bank will go up. What happens in the open invoice report? Well, the balance of the specific invoice that you made a payment towards should decrease, and the remainder should show up in the open invoice. Now, in order to record payments towards invoices, you need to use the receive payment window. And the receive payment window is what you use specifically, as I said, to record job payments as well. You will automatically apply the payments to the invoices in date order if you use the default settings of the receive payment window. So it's automatically that way unless you change it. And of course, once you record receiving payments, only the open invoice report will be able to show you the result of how the payments were applied. So if one invoice is larger than the other, it means the payment was applied to the other. That type of thing. So example 1, let's imagine on January 31, we received $100,000 from Sarah for invoice number 1 for the Southwoods Road job. Now, what will be the result in the trial balance at the moment that we record this payment from Sarah? Well, it's the first time we're putting money in our bank account, so cash in bank will show up for the first time by the amount we recorded, $100,000. And because she's paying part of what she owes, accounts receivable will decrease by the $100,000 and become $400,000. But more important, what will be the result in the open invoice report? Well, the receive payment window applies payments in date order. So it will be the oldest invoice that will decrease by the $100,000, and it will show up as $150,000 remaining to be paid for that invoice. So let's take a look on how to record it and see if we get these results. From the top left, we click New, Receive Payment, and the Receive Payment window opens. Now, we're not always going in date order. We're going back to January 31 and imagining that Sarah gave us this payment towards the Southwoods Road job. Now, look what happens at the moment you choose the Southwoods Road job. At the bottom of the window, all the open invoices that relate to that job show up down there. Now, you must make sure that you record the deposit into the correct bank type of account that we're using. Then click in the amount received field, type in the 100,000, and to save the field without saving the window, go to the left side of your keyboard and push tab. Now watch, at the moment you push tab, something's going to happen down here. Tab. You see, the payment was applied automatically to the oldest invoice. And that's the way the defaults are set up, and you could always change that by removing the check mark and putting the check mark on the one that you would like the payment applied to. But we're not going to do that. We're going to let QuickBooks Online apply it in date order. And when we click Save and Close, you can look at the trial balance and you can see the results are exactly as what we expected. Cash in bank showed up for the first time as $100,000, and accounts receivable decreased to $400,000. And you can also check the open invoice report by clicking Reports and going down to after Custom, click open invoice report, and you can see that the first invoice has decreased to a net amount of $150,000, just as we expected. But don't forget to check the transaction list by customer, because that's the only place in the entire QuickBooks Online that puts everything together in one job. So we click Reports, and we go down to Transaction List by Customer, and you can see the Southwoods Road, we have the estimate, both invoices and the payment listed in date order, all in one place.
Chapter 14. Deleting transactions.
Deleting transactions is necessary when editing a transaction is not enough. There are times when a transaction must be deleted, like when there's a duplicate. It completely removes the effect of the transaction that you recorded from all of the reports. And once you delete a transaction, you can never get it back. So let's do an example. Let's imagine we want to delete the January 31 payment from Sarah. Well, if we first open the trial balance, we can see that it will change in a way that's easily predicted. We can see that right now we have the cash in bank, but if we remove that payment, cash in bank will become zero in the trial balance, and of course accounts receivable goes back up to $500,000. Now we can open any transaction from the trial balance by double-clicking on the total that the transaction is a part of. So we could double-click either accounts receivable or cash in bank. If I double-click accounts receivable, the number, the balance anyway, I open a window that shows me every transaction that was recorded in that account. Now I have to scroll from left to right to show it clearly, but you can see that we made this invoice on the 31st, and we made this on the 28th, numbers 1 and 2, for these amounts, and here's the $100,000 payment lowering the balance. And as we learned in a prior video, if you double-click anywhere on the line, you will reopen that transaction. The window opens up with the payment that we previously recorded. Now we could change anything we want, but if you want to delete it completely, you go down to where it says More and you click, and you get a small sub-menu, and one of the choices is Delete. Click on it. Are you sure? Yes. Now you can see it completely disappears from the list of transactions that were recorded in accounts receivable. And when we click Reports, Trial Balance, the results are exactly as what we expected. They both went back up to this one, accounts receivable, went back up to $500,000, and cash in bank disappeared. And now that there's no cash in bank, when we go to the open invoice report, both invoices are completely full. So now you try 2 of them on your own, or you could watch me do it if you're still not sure. I'd like us to delete the 2 job invoices that we made for Sarah for Southwoods Road in prior videos. And you may well ask, why? Well, it's good practice, but we will re-enter them in the next video, and we will re-enter them with a very important difference. You will see. So let's practice our deleting, and then we'll redo the invoices and the payment in a way that it is more likely to be done on a real job. So we're going to simply click Reports, and we can find everything from the trial balance. That's good practice. So if we double click accounts receivable, we can see both of the invoices listed here, and we would get the same thing if we double clicked income from heating repair. Except of course we get a little bit more, because in this account one invoice gets listed for each item in the row of the invoice if it's inside this account, the income account. That's just how QuickBooks Online lists it. So all these 4 lines are the same transaction if you double click. So it might look a lot easier to understand if we just opened it from accounts receivable. 2 invoices, double click invoice number 1, more, delete, yes, it's gone. Double click anywhere on the line for invoice number 2, more, delete, yes. Now you can see our trial balance is completely empty. I go to the trial balance, does not contain any data. And if I open the estimates report, now 0% of the jobs are indicated as complete because we have billed for 0%. And in the next video, we will re-enter everything, but in a more likely order that reflects what most often happens on a job.
Chapter 15. Receiving Job Deposit.
Usually, the contract that you have with a client requires some upfront payment to be made in advance before the work gets started. So the payment comes before the invoice or before the very first job invoice gets recorded. Now, what happens in your records if the payment comes before the first invoice? Well, we know that if you received payment, cash in bank would increase. And we learned from the prior video that when we receive a job payment, accounts receivable decreases. But if accounts receivable started at 0 because you didn't make the invoice yet, then accounts receivable becomes negative. And that's only temporarily negative until we record the first invoice. So let's go ahead and record the $100,000 January 1 payment from Southwoods Road. So example 1, let's imagine we received the same $100,000 we received from Sarah for Southwoods Road, but this time we received it as a down payment and received it on January 1 before we made the first invoice and before we started the work. So what will be the result in the trial balance? Well, of course, cash in bank will show up as $100,000 if it starts as 0, but accounts receivable will also be $100,000, but accounts receivable in this example will be negative because if we received money before we did a service, we owe the money back to the client until the service is done. And in order to indicate that accounts receivable is negative, instead of having a minus sign in front of it, it simply goes on the right side, the credit side. So if you see a credit balance in accounts receivable, it means you owe the clients more than they owe you at the moment that you're looking at the trial balance. And of course, it'll change later when we make the invoice. But when we receive only the payment, what do you think the result will be in the open invoice report? Well, all you're going to see is one loan payment with no invoice for it to be applied to. So let's go ahead and record the transaction and see what it looks like. From the top left, we click New, and we go down to Receive Payment. Now, this time we're receiving it on January 1 of 2025 because this time we receive it before we start the work. Click the pull-down arrow and choose the Southwoods Road job, and you get a warning that you don't have any invoices to apply to it yet. It doesn't know that we already know that, so we can close the warning message. We know what we're doing here. Now we're depositing it to the correct bank account, and the amount, $100,000, and normally there'd be some payment method or reference number or something. But look what happens when we click Save and Close. We get a warning that we're generating a credit balance because the payment cannot be applied to any invoices because the payment came first. So we agree and we click Save as a Credit. Now, when we click Reports, and open up the custom report for our trial balance, the results are exactly as what we expected. Cash in bank, of course, is $100,000, and accounts receivable is on the credit side as $100,000 because it became negative. And if we go back and again click reports and we open up the open invoice report this time, you can see that there's one loan payment sitting there for Southwoods Road, and it's on the open invoice report because it has not yet been applied to any particular invoice. Now, let's record the invoice and find out what happens. What do you think will happen when we record the same exact invoice that we recorded earlier as invoice number 1 for this job? Well, we know that the cash in bank is still there, and we know that the total amount earned will be $250,000, and it all goes into income from heating repair, because that's what the invoice did in the prior video to indicate that we earned that much money for that service. So income always shows up on the credit side on the right. But then what else will happen? Accounts receivable will show only the net difference between the cash that we already received and the amount of income we earned that the client is responsible for. So those two opposing numbers net each other out, and the remaining balance in accounts receivable will be $150,000. The net difference should also show up on the left side, because now accounts receivable went from $100,000 negative to $150,000 positive, because you added $250,000 to the amount that the client is responsible for. So this is what the trial balance will look like when we make an invoice that wipes out the negative and even has some more left over still owed. Then the final question is, what will be the result in the open invoice report? You should see only the net remaining amount due. You should see this invoice, but only at $150,000, because the payment was there, then the invoice was more, so the net should be in the invoice. However, it will not look like this, which is the way we need it to look, unless you set the settings yourself in the settings window. You must make sure that before you record the invoice, you click this option in the settings window, apply credits automatically. Then it will look nice and neat in the open invoice report by netting the two numbers together. So let's go ahead and click the cog wheel and go to Account Settings. And down in the Advanced section of the settings window, we click Advanced, and we scroll down to the area of Automation. And when we click to open it up, we have to flip this switch, Automatically Apply Credits. Click on it, and now we save our little change right here in the section, and also must click Done in the whole settings window. Now we can go ahead and record this invoice exactly the way we did it before, and the numbers will be as we expect. In the top left, we click New, and we click Invoice. And we want the date as January 1 of 20, actually January 31 is when we finish the first phase of the job. Click the pull down arrow and choose Southwoods Road. Southwoods Road. Now, notice again, we remember when you make an invoice for a job that has an estimate, the right panel shows up, and we'll zoom out a little before we click Add. And then it remembers that we like to bill in increments of 25%, and that's a great convenience for us if that's the way we do our progress invoicing. So we click Copy to Invoice, and now we have the same $250,000 invoice that we had recorded before. Now look what happens when we click Save and Close. And now you can see only the net amount remains for the amount that is unpaid for invoice number 1. Now, what if you don't see this in your open invoice? What if you instead see this, the two separate transactions rather than the net result together? All that means is that you did not change the settings, or more specifically, you did not change the settings in time. You need to change the setting before recording the payment or recording the invoice. The setting must be changed before either of the transactions are made before it can take effect. So don't worry, the setting that we just changed together will work on all future transactions. But to fix this one now, what you have to do is open the Receive Payments window and apply the payment yourself. So here we are with the results that most of you have because you recorded the payment before you changed the setting. But all you have to do is double-click the payment, and any open invoices that you did not yet apply a payment to will show up in the bottom of the payments window. Now, in order to record and apply a particular payment to a particular invoice, all you have to do is click the check mark in the left margin, and whatever payment amount is in this field will be applied to this invoice. And in this case, because the payment is less than the invoice, there's still going to be a remaining balance of $250,000. But when we click Save and Close, we can come back to the Open Invoice Report, and now it looks the proper way. You can clearly see we have only the net amount. Now, in the trial balance, you're going to see only the net amount regardless of the setting you chose, because that only applies to the open invoice report. So we click Reports, Trial Balance, and you can see the results are exactly as what we expected. We earned $250,000 in revenue from the income from heating repair, but we had already received $100,000 in cash, so the remaining amount owed from all clients together is $150,000. And finally, in closing, let's put ourselves back in the position that we were in before we learned about deleting transactions. Let's record the second invoice for the Southwoods Road job just like we did before. We click, well, let's zoom out a bit. We click New, Invoice, and the date of the second invoice for Southwoods Road will be February 28th. And when we click Add, QuickBooks Online remembers that we bill for this project in increments of 25%. So we copy to Invoice. That's another $250,000 invoice. Save and close. And now the numbers are exactly what they were in every report before we deleted all three transactions and re-entered them again. Now you can see, if you click Reports, the progress is back up to 50% for the Southwoods Road job. And if you click Reports for open invoices, you see one of them is paid down to $150 and the other one is still on $250. And again, I still say that the best report in all of QuickBooks for Contractors is the transaction list by customer, because now you can see that we're not missing anything regarding the Southwoods Road job.
Chapter 16, Recording Job Deposits.
The invoice deposit feature in QuickBooks Online is a field at the bottom of the invoice window that records payment received at the moment the invoice is created. It's intended to record receiving down payments and job deposits. Now, that's a bit of a contradiction, and I have to explain why. You see, we know that job deposits are payments in advance before the job starts. So how could you record that at the moment that you record an invoice, because an invoice records income already earned at the moment you record the invoice. How could both be true? In other words, how could both be recorded at the same time and in the same transaction? Well, the idea comes from the days before the computer. In the days before the computer, contractor clients needed a receipt for the advance deposit for the job to prove they paid to get the contractor to start working. But on the other side, the contractors wanted to give a document explaining and requesting the remaining amount unpaid. So what happened was the first job invoice became both. It became the receipt as proof that the client paid the down payment, while at the same time a document requesting payment for the entire amount, so you don't have to wait for the client. And now we can record it that way if we use the job deposit field, and some clients still today expect them to come together. That means they get the first invoice when they pay the deposit, and they get recorded at the same time. So if we use this feature, what would happen at the minute we are recording an invoice with the deposit feature? Well, we got cash. So we know when we use this feature when saving an invoice that cash in bank will increase by the amount received. And we know that recording an invoice indicates to QuickBooks Online that any remaining amount above the cash we got goes into accounts receivable for the amount that is still owed on the invoice. That's the balance of the invoice. But the total amount of the invoice reflects income earned. So the total invoice, or the total amount, shows what we earned in income, whether we got paid some money or not. And don't worry, when we record it this way, it will be easy and the debits will equal the credits. But before we can do it, we must first activate this feature in the account settings window. Right now, if you click New Invoice and scroll to the bottom of the window, you will see that the deposit feature is not there because we have not yet activated it in the account settings window. So we close this out and click the cog wheel, and we go to Account and Settings like we've done many times, and the category will be the Sales category from the left panel. Click Sales, and the subcategory in the Sales section is Sales Form Content. And when you hover over it, it becomes gray. Click anywhere in the gray, and you're able to adjust these settings. Now, this is the deposit feature on the sales form. So in the same row, try to make it the same line. Click here. Now we activated it. Now we have to click Save for the subsection. Then again, in the bottom right, don't forget to click Done to save the entire settings window. Now, when we click New and open an invoice and go to the bottom, you can see there is a field to receive the job deposit. So let's do our first example. Let's imagine on January 1 of 2025, we created an invoice for 10% of the Hanson Place job, and we received $300,000 as a job deposit down payment. The invoice deposit feature is what we're going to use so that the net amount of the invoice is still requesting the remaining amount of the payment. Now, what happens in this transaction? Well, we know all three of these accounts go up. The cash in bank goes up by the amount we received. The account receivable goes up, the entire amount of the invoice is income earned. And I happen to know that 10% of that job is $500,000. So we earned $500,000. We received $300,000. That means on that invoice, $200,000 still remains to be received in the future. And those are the numbers that will change our trial balance. So what will happen in our trial balance At the moment we record this invoice for the plumbing job, because I happen to know that the Hanson Place job is a plumbing job, where we did 10% and we got $300,000 at the same time. Well, income from plumbing or plumbing repair will show up for the first time in the balance of the invoice $500,000, because that's what we earned. And because at that moment that we recorded the invoice, we put $300,000 in the bank, cash in bank increases by $300,000 and becomes $400,000. So it was $100,000, it becomes $400,000. Sorry, I jumped the gun here, but accounts receivable should go up by the remaining amount. Accounts receivable increases by the total income earned at the bottom of the invoice minus the deposit of the cash received. So we are now indicating that the client owes us $200,000 more, and it becomes $600,000. From the top left, we click New Invoice. And I know if you're practicing, your invoice numbers get messed up, but this will be our third invoice in this course. And the date, remember, you have to scroll to January 1 and make the year 2025. When we choose the customer, we click the pull down and specifically choose the Hanson Place under Bonnie. Remember, when we do that, we will get this side panel popping up because we know that this job under Bonnie has an open estimate. So we do what we learned. We click Add, and we remember the three choices that QuickBooks Online gives us when copying from an estimate to an invoice. In this example, we click the middle and we tell QuickBooks Online we only finished 10% of each line and each item of the estimate and contract during this phase of the job for this invoice. Click Copy to Invoice, and it does exactly what we saw before. 10% of the total of each line on the estimate gets billed for $500,000. Now, the deposit window is down here. We click in it, type in the number for the physical amount of money we got, and then we push Tab. Now, notice that the deposit field is here, and we're receiving money, but what we do not, but what we have to do up here is do something additional. We have to, after we put in the money in the deposit field down here, we have to scroll up and click the pull down arrow where it says Deposit To and choose the specific bank account or bank type of account that the money is getting recorded into. Then we click Save and Close, and we check the results by clicking Reports, Custom, Trial Balance, and we can see the results are exactly as what we expected. You can see that we now have $500,000 earned in income from plumbing services and over here, and we now have $400,000 in our bank account, and we now have $600,000 owed to us from more than one client. And if we want to see more details about accounts receivable, we know that the open invoice amount, the open invoice report now shows only the net amount of the invoice that was recorded with the deposit, which makes sense. So we can click Reports, and we can go to Custom and click Open Invoice, and we can see why accounts receivable is $600,000. There's $200,000 net amount of the invoice here, and then we have the other two job invoices from the Southwoods Road job. But if we look only at the open invoice here, you can see the net amount is here regardless of what settings that you put as far as applying the payment, because the payment was recorded with the invoice. And you should know that job is now 10% complete. So let's confirm that. Let's click Reports, Estimate versus Invoice Report, and we can see the Hanson Place job is 10% complete. Now, if you decide to use the job deposit feature, there is one very important point that you must understand. Between the moment you create the invoice where you record the job deposit and the moment you finish the work that's indicated on that first invoice, your records will not be completely accurate. Between those two moments, earned income is too high because you recorded an invoice before you actually did the work. You recorded the invoice when you got the advanced payment. So earned income will be too high until you finish the work. And of course, accounts receivable will also be too high because you're not really owed any amount of money from the client until you actually finish the work. So those two accounts will be overstated by the amounts that I just showed you until the work for the first invoice is finished. Now, 90% of the time, that does not present any kind of a problem. But once in a while, you might have to report your financial statements between these two dates. And if that's the case, you don't have to worry. All you have to do is make a normal accountant type of adjustment to correct your records to reflect what the numbers really should be at the moment you report your financial statements. And your accountant will know how to do that, and you'll have a certified accountant if you're reporting your financial statements to some authority or to some bank under a contract. So just be aware of what the condition is if you make that choice. Now, let's practice another invoice without a job deposit to remind us how Progress Invoice works. Let's create on February 1 another Hanson Place job, 10% invoice complete. Well, what would happen in the trial balance if we finished 10% more of the work and didn't get the deposit at all? Well, the income from plumbing services will increase by $500,000 and become $1 million. And because we're sending an invoice for $500,000 asking for someone to pay, accounts receivable increases by $500,000 and will become $1,100,000. So let's take a look. Let's zoom out a bit here. New invoice. And the date in this case is February 1. And it's for the same Hanson Place job. The estimate pops up as soon as we choose the Hanson Place job. We agree with the estimate and we click Add. And it remembers that this particular job gets billed at increments of 10% each, where the total of the invoice is $500,000. It even shows you the remaining amount from previous if you want to bill for the remaining amount. But we want the 10%. Copy to invoice. Everything works nicely the way it did before. This time, no deposit. Just save and close, and we'll check the trial balance and confirm that the results are exactly as what we expected. We have $1 million in income from plumbing service, and we have $1,100,000 owed to us in accounts receivable. And before we receive another payment, let's check the results. Now the job should be 20% complete. Reports, estimates and progress invoicing. This report indicates the job, Hanson Place, now 20% complete. And that's the original estimate. And if you click Reports and you look at the open invoice report, you can see Hanson Place is separated under Bonnie Billabaloney, and there's only $200,000 owed from this one because we got the deposit, but there's a full $500,000 owed for this one. And we should close by practicing a normal payment. Let's imagine that we received $300,000 on February 15th towards whatever the balance is. And that means whatever's opened in the oldest invoice gets paid off first, and whatever remains pays off the second invoice. But what will happen, let's go ahead and record that, and you'll take a look at open invoice and you'll see how it works. We click, well, let's zoom out a bit. Click New, Receive Payment. Now, we received that payment on February 15th of 2025, and the payment was intended for the Hanson Place job. Now the open invoices show up here. Now, when we put in, make sure you're depositing it to the correct bank account, and when we put in $300,000 in the received field, watch carefully when I push the tab key on the left of the keyboard. Watch what happens when I saved the amount received field. Tab. Notice 200 of the 300,000 total received goes to the oldest, and because it was too much for the oldest, the remainder gets applied to the second oldest. So after we save this, the Hanson Place job should only have one open invoice for $400,000. Save and close, and sure enough, the Hanson Place job has only one open invoice for $400,000.
Chapter 17. Profit and Loss by Job.
The Profit and Loss by Job feature is the best feature that a contractor can use when using QuickBooks Online. It allows you to see the real job profit and allows you to compare profitability of all the jobs together. So this is what our profit and loss by job or project or customer actually looks like right now. And you'll notice only the income section has numbers. That's because when we recorded invoices, invoices acknowledge income earned for that job. So you can see the income amounts that were generated from the trial balance showing up in the proper column for the specific job that income was earned. And now we're going to put in the expenses that relate to each job. Now, when we record expenses, we record it in the same way as any other company would record their expenses. We use the check window if we're paying the expense by a physical check, and we use the expense window when paying by debit card, credit card, or any kind of online transfer. Basically, any other method but a check, and we use the expense window, and they both have the same exact effect, and they both look exactly the same. So when we track expenses by job, we can use either the expense or the check window, and the fields are mostly the same. However, there was no option to choose the customer or job when we started this course. Remember, it wasn't there. And if you remember the earlier videos, we went to the account settings window and we activated the appropriate setting so that when we come back to pay an expense or write a check, we now have a field of customer or project to be able to choose which project or job this expense or this check is for. So make sure that option is chosen, and if you don't see this field, you have to go to the account settings window and do what we did several videos before. For example, let's imagine on February 15th of 2025, we paid check number 1 to Staples for job supplies that are specifically for the South Woods Road job, $1,500. Well, this is the way the trial balance looks now before we pay our first expense. What will happen when we pay $1,500 for job supplies? Well, job supplies expense should show up for the first time in the trial balance as $1,500 because all the expenses are zero and we now are paying our first expense. And because the money came from cash in bank should decrease by $1,500 and should show up as $698,500. But the most interesting result is in the profit and loss by customer, job, project, whatever. You see, if we zoom into the South Woods Road job, you will see that after we record this properly, the job supplies expense will be deducted from the income of the Southwoods Road job, and you will see the net amount, the amount we are really making from the Southwoods Road job, at the bottom of this report. So let's take a look at how to record it. In the top left, we click New. And because we're paying a physical check, when we go to the second column where it says Vendors, we go down to Check. Now, QuickBooks Online assumes that the first time you're at this window, you're using check number 1. But of course, you could change it to whatever the real physical check number is that you're going to mail out. But we'll leave it here. Make sure you choose the proper bank type of account that you're paying from, and make sure you're paying for the correct job. The correct company. Now, we're paying Staples, which we clicked for the arrow and choose from the pull-down list, and we're paying them on February 15th of 2025. And now the amount that we're paying will go right here, amount. Well, first of all, it's job supplies expense. If we click the pull down arrow to choose the account, we type in J-O-B so that we get the account that we put on earlier. It filters it, we click right on it, and the amount, $1,500. To save the field, push tab. Now, no, you don't have to touch this. That means it's not billable. If you click, it will be, so leave it grayed out. But you have to click the pull down arrow for the most important point, the Southwoods Road job. Now when we click Save and Close, we can check the results in the trial balance, custom reports, trial balance, and the results are exactly as what we expected. We have $1,500 in job supplies expense, and cash and bank decreased to $698,500. Now we click Reports, Custom, Profit and Loss by Customer, and we see many jobs, but if we scroll across to the Southwoods Road job, you can see that we earned $500,000 of heating repair income from the job invoices of the partially completed job, and we deduct this job supply expense here to get the net profit so far for Southwoods Road, $498,500. And now let's do a second example. Let's imagine on February 20, we paid with transfer number 98765 to Lana the lawyer for legal and professional services related to the Hanson Place job under Bonnie. That's $2,000. Now, what will happen in the trial balance at the moment we pay $2,000 for legal and professional services? The expense, legal and professional fees, will show up for the first time as $2,000. And because we paid from our bank account will decrease by $2,000 and become $696,500. And also notice, legal and professional fees is not all capitalized. That's because it's okay to use one of the expenses that already comes on the list of expenses in the chart of accounts that QuickBooks Online gave us. So this is the first time we're using one of the accounts that came with QuickBooks Online, but the result will be exactly the same. So from the top left, we click New and go to the vendor column and click Expense. Now the date of this expense is February 20 of 2025. And we're paying Lana the lawyer. And the reference number is the transfer number, whatever transaction number the bank assigns, and you click the pull down arrow to make sure that you're paying from the proper bank type of account when you pay this expense. Then click under the word category and click the pull down arrow, and you can type in LEG, legal and accounting, maybe just legal fees, okay, or accounting fees. We'll leave it as legal fees. We'll use this account that comes with QuickBooks Online just as an example to use one of the expenses that comes with it to show it's all the same. Click in the amount field, type in 2000, and to save the field, push Tab key from the left of your keyboard. Then the most important field is the customer or project field. Click the pull down arrow and choose Hansen Place under Bonnie. Now that you put in all the important data for recording this expense, you can click Save and Close, and the trial balance looks exactly as what we expected. Cash in bank has decreased to $696,500, and legal and accounting services showed up for the first time as $2,000. But more importantly, if we click Reports, Custom, and we go down to Profit and Loss by Customer, you can scroll across to the Hansen Place job, which is really right here at the beginning, and you can see, actually we can make this column a little bigger by moving this arrow here. It's kind of hard to get the arrow there. Well, anyway, you can see that we have plumbing income of $1 million, but on the other hand, we have $2,000 of legal fees, so we're $2,000 short of $1 million for our profit, specifically for the Hansen Place job. Let's do a third example to really bring this home. Let's imagine on February 25th, we paid Grecon Demolition Company with check number 2 for a demolition related to the Southwoods Road job, and that money amount is $3,000. So we already know what the effect will be in the trial balance, but let's go ahead and add another expense for the Southwoods Road job so you can see what it looks like down here in the expense section. So we will go to the check window by clicking in the top left and click New, Check. QuickBooks Online remembers we're up to check number 2, but you can change it to anything you need to change it to. Make sure it's the right bank account, and we're paying Grecon, the demolition service company, and we click directly under the word category to bring the pull down arrow. Click on the arrow, and you can type in DE for it to filter for demolition expense. Click on it and click in the amount field $3,000. I push the Tab key to save the field, and the most important field is this pull down. We click and we choose the Southwoods Road job under Sarah. Click Save and Close, and you can see in the Profit and Loss by Customer, if we go over to the Southwoods Road job, $500,000 earned in heating repair income so far on that job, but you had these two expenses on that job. That's why right now, during the first phase of the job, the profit so far is only $495,500.
Chapter 18, Creating Budgets by Job.
The Budget by Job feature in QuickBooks Online is a very simple tool to use. It is simply a data sheet that remembers the amounts of each expense or other accounts that you input into the data sheet as the budgeted amounts. Then, after putting in the budgeted amounts, simply run the report called Budget versus Actual, and you will see all the differences between the budgeted amounts and the actual transactions. The most important thing you need to know about running budgets is that you can change any budgeted amount or any actual transaction amount at any time, and the budget versus actual report will reflect the change immediately. So let's imagine that this is a piece of a typical budget versus actual report. It doesn't really look like this. This is simplified just for illustration purposes. Now imagine you reopen the budget and you change one expense amount. Well, as soon as you do that and you save the budget, when you reopen the budget versus actual report, the difference will show immediately. In fact, you could even do that the other way around. You could even change an actual transaction, and as soon as you change the amount of the actual transaction and save the change, the report will change immediately as soon as you reopen the budget versus actual, and the differences will be immediately updated. So how are budgets saved in QuickBooks Online? Well, each budget is simply a data set that you can reopen and change. You can have several budgets for each fiscal year. The time intervals for each budget can be monthly, quarterly, or yearly, and you can make as many budgets as you need by any time interval per fiscal year per job. So you could have 3 separate budgets for the same job for the same year, but with different amounts, and they'll all be on the budget list. You can reopen the budget and you can change it to anything you need, and all budgets will be on the list for you to change or remove anytime you want. So that's what the list looked like, and now we're going to do our first example. Let's imagine that we're going to make a monthly budget for the Southwoods Road job just for the expenses of February of 2025. Now, in order to do that, we have to first make a fiscal year budget for Southwoods Road for the entire 2025, and then later when we run the report, we'll isolate February. That's the way to do it. So let's imagine these are the budgeted amounts for the expenses of the Southwoods Road job for February of 2025. We will create the budget, we'll give it a name, and we'll put these numbers in. So in order to create a budget, you go to the top right where the cogwheel is, click the cogwheel, go to the column of tools, and go down to budgeting. Now, of course, if it's your first time visiting the budgeting window, you have to make the budget before you can actually see the list of budgets that I showed you a moment ago. So click Create Budget, and this is how you set up a budget. We will do the profit and loss type of budget. Then you choose a fiscal year for that budget, and then decide if you want it consolidated or subdivided. Remember, we want the fiscal year of 2025, but we want subdivided, and we want subdivided by customers. And then this way, we can select the specific project under the specific customer. And in this example, the project is Southwoods Road. So that's how we would set up and create a budget for a specific year for a specific job. And we can have several of these same year, same job budgets on the list with different numbers if you need. When we click Next, we are then brought to the budget screen. Now, when you're in the budget screen, it tells you the period and it tells you the job, and it allows you to compare the actuals, but we won't. Now, clearly, when you scroll up and down, in the left column, you can clearly see all of the income and expense accounts that we have in the chart of accounts. And we'll find the expense and we'll put them in for February of 2025. However, before I do anything, I like to name and save the budget. In order to properly name the budget, you have to click this pencil tool, and then I'm going to name it SWRD, Southwoods Road 2025. SWRD. So that will be the name of this budget. Now, I have to click Save, and then once you click Save, you can maybe give a little feedback without taking too much time. But after you click save, when you close this, now you see the list of budgets, and there's only one budget on the list, and it's for the fiscal year of 2025 for Southwoods Road. You can click View Edit, and then you can change or put in the numbers exactly how you like. So let's find the numbers and put them in. Delivery expense for February should be $2,300. So we're in the column of February. We just have to scroll very slowly to find delivery expense. So we're in the income section. Now we're in the other income, and now we're in the cost of goods sold section. Now we're in the expense section. So we're looking for delivery expense. It's one of the ones that we put on the list. Here it is, delivery expense for February. We say that's $2,300. Push the Tab key on the left of your keyboard to save it. And by the way, here's a nice little tool. Once it's here, you can click the copy across, and it will fill it out for all the rest of the months of the year. Isn't that nice? What else? Demolition expense right under it, $2,500. For February, for demolition expense, click in the field, push Tab, and again, it's really cool if you push the arrow and it makes the same number go across. You don't have to. We're only doing February, but I think you get the point. What are the other expenses? Well, we have repair expense. We put that on the list if we did it right. So we go down and we see if we can find our repair expense account. And that's one of the ones that comes with QuickBooks Online, repairs and maintenance for February of 2025, $700. Okay, very good. What's next? Job supplies expense. Here it is in capital letters. Go to that row and go across to February of 2025, $1,200. Okay, and then I think just one more, legal fees, $1,800. And here it is, legal and accounting services. Boom. Now when we click save, we have all the updated budgeted amounts for February of 2025 for the Southwoods Road job. They're spread out a little, but they're there, so you don't have to worry. Now let's run the budget versus actual report, and let's actually see the difference between the budgeted and what we previously recorded. So we can close this budget, and in this same budget area we can click the pull down and view, run budgets versus actual right there. Now this is for the fiscal year 2025, and the problem is it shows it for the whole year for Southwoods Road. So it's not really clear. But what we can do is we can isolate the budget versus actual report because it displays an annual summary as soon as you run it. But we will customize it just to show the month that we need. Then it will be more clear. So we want to go from February 1 of 2025 to February 28 of 2025. And then we click Run Report. And then we'll have to, unfortunately, scroll over to the Southwoods Road job. And you can see Southwoods Road. You can see here are the budgeted amounts for the Sarah Simple client for the Southwoods Road. Let's make sure. See Southwoods Road. Here's the actual that was spent. Here's the budgeted. Here's the amount over the budget. And over here we have amounts that are the same as the budget but negative. We're this much under budget for these two expenses because we didn't pay it all. But in the row of the two expenses that were over budget, we can actually see the percent over budget once we isolate the month that we made the budget for. So now let's add some actual transactions during February of 2025 and see what happens to the budget versus actual report. Let's imagine on February 15th, we paid $1,300 to FedEx for a delivery related to the Southwoods Road job. No problem. New expense, just like we learned, and it's February 15th of 2025. Oops. And the money is coming from the cash and bank. The people whom we're paying are FedEx, and we are paying for a delivery. So we click the pull down arrow, type in DE, and it should filter for delivery expense. And the amount is $1,300. Just like we learned before, click the pull down arrow, choose the Southwoods Road job. Now look what happens when we click Save and Close and we check our February budget for the Southwoods Road job. Okay, here it is, Bonnie Baloney, and we go to Hanson Place, Sarah Simple Client, Southwoods Road. Aha, look at this. Here's the actual delivery expense, and here's what's budgeted. You know what the problem is? It's showing for the entire year. We again have to isolate just the month that we're looking for to see if we went over for the month of February. So we run it like this, run report. And now when we take a look at the Southwoods Road job, okay, budget versus actual, look, delivery expense, the actual was $1,300, the budgeted was $2,300, the amount over budget, actually the amount under budget was $1,000. That's why it's negative, because we only spent $1,300 during February, but $2,300 was budgeted, so we only used 56% of the budget. Now in closing, let's change a budgeted amount, save the change of the budget, and see if the report changes as well. So let's change the amount of delivery expense budgeted to only $100. So we keep the report open and we click here and we click the cog wheel in the tools column, budgeting. Now we're going to reopen this existing budget on our budget list by clicking view edit. Now we go across to the February column and scroll down to where we see delivery expense. Delivery, here it is. Change it from $2,300 to $100. Push tab. Okay, you can copy it across, you don't have to. Save. But now when we come back to the budget versus actual, we go here and we click the pull down, run budgets versus actual for this one. But remember, we have to isolate the specific month that we created the budget for. Run report. Now let's go across to the Southwoods Road job. Okay, Southwoods Road job, and you can see the actual amount of delivery was $1,300. We changed the budgeted amount for February for this job to be $100, so we're $1,200 over budget, which is 1,300%.
Chapter 19. Let's practice what we learned.
Our simple practice project has just a few simple directions. We have already set up a new project under Bonnie called the Searingtown Road Project. What you have to do is first put in the job estimate, which will be shown in the next slide. Then set up the budget for that job, which will be shown immediately after that. Then record all the transactions in the transactions list that I'm going to show you after that. And by the way, you can pause the video at any point to be able to read the information from the video into your QuickBooks Online. And what you then have to do is compare all your reports to mine. And if you have any differences, you have to use what we learned in the course to find and fix your mistakes. Now, This is the estimate that you're going to put in for the Searingtown Road job under Bonnie Billabaloney as of March 1, 2025. And again, it is assumed that these are the items and this is the information that came from the work to be done section of the contract. And after you save that estimate, you have to create a job budget exactly as you see here with these numbers specifically for the month of March 2025 for the Searingtown Road project. And if you forgot how to do those two things, you need to go back to the specific video that showed you how to do those things, review it, and see if you can apply it to this project. Now, here are all the transactions that you have to record. There's not many of them. Just go slowly. And as I mentioned, if you forget or you're not exactly sure how to record any one of these events, just go back to the specific video that showed you how to do it, then come forward and see if you can apply it to this transaction. Go slowly and allow yourself to remember. Now, when you finish, this should be the trial balance after recording both the transactions that we've done so far in this course and the transactions of the project you're about to do. You can always double-click the total of any of these numbers and get a list of all the transactions that added up to that, and double-click those, change, fix exactly as you learned. Now, this is what the estimate report should look like after this third project that we just set up. Notice it says for Searingtown Road under Bonnie Billabaloney that it is 100% done, and it automatically changed the status to closed. This is what the open invoice report should look like from both the prior transactions and the result of the project. And if you look right in the middle, you'll see you should have only one unpaid invoice, and it should be the newer invoice, not the older invoice, that should have a remaining balance of $100,000. And of course, the most important report here is the profit and loss by customer. You can look at the column of Searingtown Road, and these are all the resulting numbers from everything you recorded. You'll notice the total for Bonnie is a little bit different because we had the Hanson Place job that we recorded transactions for that add to the total on the right. But the center column is only what you did in this project. And finally, you can check your project versus your budget versus actual report for this project, and you can see what the differences are. You see twice where we see, well, once we're over budget, mostly we're under budget, and you can see the respective percents. And if it helps you, you can look at the transaction list by customer specifically for the Searingtown Road job. Look at the estimates, the two invoices, and the payments, and see if the numbers are exactly the same. Good luck, and I'll see you in the next video. Congratulations on a job well done. Now you are truly an expert in how contractors use QuickBooks Online. And now I have some interesting news for you. This video is now going to skip all the way to chapter 25. There are 4 more topics in this video: change orders, expense items, retention, and timesheets and time slips. And the loyal students who are matching the numbers need to know that you can still learn these topics just by watching, and you don't necessarily have to follow step by step. You can still repeat the actions that I do in the video and have some numbers be different from mine and still learn the topic. But you may well ask, why did I skip? Why did I skip these chapters and then go to the ones after them? That's because chapters 20 to 24 are about billable and reimbursable expenses. That's a separate topic for all companies, but contractors use them most. So, if you want to see that video because you want to continue to match numbers and follow step by step, you have to click in the description field, and you might have to open up the description field by clicking Show More. And then once you do that, you should be able to see the link to the video that covers chapters 20 to 24. That's a video probably entitled something like Billable Reimbursable Expenses. So if you leave this video now and you go to that video, you can still match numbers by following step by step. Now, if you want to continue matching numbers with me, first, go to that video. Secondly, follow that video step by step if your contracting company does in fact use billable reimbursable expenses. Then come back here for the rest of the contractor's course. Whichever choice you make, I know that you will learn the remaining topics well.
Chapter 25, Creating Change Orders.
A change order is an agreed upon change to an existing project contract. It's technically a separate contract or at least a subcontract in the original contract. There is no separate specific document in QuickBooks Online that records change orders. However, there are two things you need to do in QuickBooks Online to document any change order when it happens. First, you have to attach a copy of the change order to the estimate. This is a document with the official signature from the authorized person. And after you attach it, you can open it from the estimate or the list of attachments. So let me show you what I mean. From the left panel, we click Reports, and we click Estimate Progress Invoicing Summary. We'll go down to the Southwoods Road job and click anywhere on the line of that estimate. Now, once it reopens, you can scroll to the very bottom and go to the bottom left where you see this paperclip icon. And this paperclip icon will be in the bottom left of every document and every transaction you make in QuickBooks Online. So we click on the paperclip and it allows us to browse the computer. And we can go to the folder that has the contract and the change order, double click. So let's pretend that this is the original contract for Southwoods Road. Let's pretend this Word document. So if we were going to create this estimate at the beginning, we would attach a copy, at least the part that talks about the work to be done, and put that with the estimate. So we double click, and notice this has a little attachment that we can view just by opening the estimate. So if we click Save and Close and click Yes, now it's attached to the estimate. So if we double click anywhere in the line to reopen the estimate and scroll to the bottom, we can click right on the attachment and it'll download right into our computer, and we can click and open it up and see whatever we need to see. We can also see the attachment in the list of attachments that QuickBooks Online provides. So any attachment that you saved for any transaction or document will also be on this list. We click the top right, the cog wheel, go to the column of lists, and go down to attachments. Now, in this course, we've only attached this one document so far, but we can certainly either open the estimate or we can open the document itself by clicking here. Well, we can add notes, we can open the estimate, or we can click download to download the attachment on the list. And again, it tells you all about the attachment, what it's linked to, and so on. But the second thing that you need to do is actually edit and update the estimate to reflect the change in the work to be done section. For example, let's imagine on March 5th of 2025, Sarah agreed and signed a document adding 200 winterizing units at $100 each, and also adding 300 replacement parts at $600 each, both to the estimate for the Southwoods Road job. So, after we do that, the percent complete of the Southwoods Road job will be different because the estimate will be a different total. But first, let's go ahead and see what happens when we make these changes. So, first, we have to double click and open it up. Scroll to the bottom. Now, what are we adding? 200 winterizing at 100 each. So we click the pull down, W for winterizing, and $100 each. Oh, excuse me. It's 200 in quantity. $100 each. Okay. Nothing invoiced. The next line, notice the total at the bottom changes here. Next line, 300 replacement parts at $600 each. And it has to be replacement parts. Oop, got to type in the, obviously, you have to choose the item first. And we'll confirm that that's what we did. Now, we're going to click Save and Close, and yes. Now, when we look at the Southwoods Road job, it's not an even 50% complete or 60% complete because we just added those two items. Now, in order to see that change inside QuickBooks, you should know that there's one special place where you can see all the changes to everything. Every transaction and document like an estimate has what's called an audit history. And that shows the date and time of each change to that entry and lists the changes with the date and time for each change. And then you can compare that to the authorized change, the document you uploaded for the attachment, to make sure that it's the same. So how do you find it? Well, it's very simple. In the report, you can click anywhere on the row of that estimate to reopen the estimate. And when the estimate or any particular document is in front of you, you can go to the bottom of the window and click More. And when you click More, one of the choices is Audit History. Click on it, and what happens is you first get a right panel showing you the date and time that the item was created and the date and time of the change. So the right panel is the timeline. And if I click here, I get the date and time in real life that it was created. You see, even though the date in our little story was 2025, obviously I'm creating this in June and July of 2023. So this was created by this email person at this email address on this date and this time. And that's the original estimate, and you could scan it up and down what it looked originally when you look at the estimate. When you click the next event, you can see the next event happened on July 8th. But this one is difficult to see because I actually uploaded a file or attached a file. So that type of change you wouldn't notice looking at it. But look over here. This is the change that we just made 2 minutes later. When I click here, you see the event. You see that when I click this third event, you can see it highlights what the change was on July 8th at 5:13 p.m. by this person. You can see the amount of the estimate was $1 million. And then as of this change, it became $1,200,000. And if you scroll down to the body, you can see whatever is highlighted are the items that were changed for that particular event. So you can match this with the document that the client signed to authorize the change when you look at it in QuickBooks Online. So what we need to do is we need to go back to that estimate and we need to attach the change order. Attach, remember how we did it? We went down here and we went change order 1. Sometimes it's a picture, sometimes it's a Word document, but we click on it. And now there are 2 attachments associated with this estimate, the original contract and the change order. And we click Save and Close. Yes. Now we can reopen the estimate. We go back, reopen this estimate and go to the bottom. We can click to see what the change order is. It downloads immediately in our computer. Double click what downloaded. And you can see that the change order authorized what we put on. So always use the audit history with whatever change orders were authorized, and you will have total control over all the changes to your job contract.
Chapter 26, Expense Items.
Expense items are items that vendors provide for us, and they get placed on a check, expense, or bill from a vendor. The item is attached to an expense type of account the same way that income items that we used earlier in the course are attached to an income account. So we know that this was the list of products and services, and we set it up by putting in the data for each individual item. And we know when we put in the data for each item, we had to connect the item to a specific income type of account in the chart of accounts. So we do just what we learned before, and we will use expense accounts instead of income accounts. But then the question is, why would we need them? Well, we use expense items because we can place them on an estimate as part of the contract detail in the work to be done section of the contract. Then we can mark them as billable when we pay the related expense and then bill the client, and the billable item will be part of the normal invoices for progress invoicing. And this time we won't mess up the percent complete the way we did earlier when we were billing only for expenses that affected the account in the chart of accounts without showing the quantity or without showing an item. So this way is better. Now, we will add the quantity information about billable items that could not normally be included if you just billed for expenses the way we did before. For example, let's imagine we have an expense account in the chart of accounts called Indoor Job Materials. Now, if we simply put the expense on the bill or check, we won't have quantity information, and the client won't know exactly what they're being billed for. But if we connect the account in the list of products and services to items that have names like window panes, brackets, and sheetrock, we can then put quantity information so the client has more detail about what they're being billed for and the quantity of the items themselves. So to be clear, the Indoor Job Materials is the expense account in the chart of accounts, and that will increase exactly the way it did when we learned about billables earlier in the course. These are the items that we put in the list of products and services that we connect, and the result will be the same as it was before when we purchased and then billed the client. The only difference is the details are better and the percent complete more matches the contract. So, in order to do this, you have to know that each expense item has 2 sides. Sometimes we even call them 2-sided items. It has an expense side where we connect the item to an expense type of account the way we just discussed. And we could also input what we expect to be the purchase price or purchase cost when we pay the vendor for this item. So the item also has to have an income side that we connect to an income type of account, just like we did earlier in the course. And in that side, we put the price that we're charging or billing for to the client. Now, of course, the purchase cost and sales price could change every time we put the item on a document, but at least it gives you the option of putting that in. So let's add two accounts in the chart of accounts for this example. Let's add an expense account called Indoor Job Materials, and let's call it Indoor Job Materials Expense, and the detail type would be Other Business Expenses. And we'll also add another income account, which will be Other Primary Income, and that'll be the same name, except it'll be Indoor Job Materials Income. And these two accounts will be the accounts that we connect to the items that we just spoke about. So, like we did many times before, we click the cogwheel, switch to business view so the chart of accounts is easier for contractors. And in business view, we can click bookkeeping to get the choice for the chart of accounts. Now, to put in a new account, we go to the top right and click new. And this one obviously will be expense type of account, but our instructions specifically say it's Other Business Expenses for the detail type. Other Business Expenses. And the name will be Indoor Job Materials Expense. So, and you can pause the video if I'm typing too quickly, but instead of Save and Close, click the pull down arrow and click Save and New. Well, it didn't work, so we can click New in the top right. And the other one will be Indoor Job Materials Income, and the detail type will be Other Primary Income. So it's obviously Income, Other Primary Income, and the name. And you can call it Indoor Job Materials Income or Income from Indoor Job Materials if you feel it makes it more clear. And once you're done, now we can click Save and Close, and now we have the accounts that we're going to use. Now we're going to put on the items in the items list, and we'll add two of them. Let's add sheetrock, $3 each for purchase and $5 each for sale, and brackets, $4 each for purchase and $10 each for sale, and we're going to connect them to both of these accounts. So we want to put these items in this detail with this purchase cost and sales price. And again, we could always change it at the moment we make a transaction, but it's nice. However, before we're physically able to put on two-sided items that we can bill for as reimbursable and still be part of the contract, that item type is not currently available in our QuickBooks Online account. In order to make that available, we must activate the inventory feature from our account settings window. Then we will be able to put on non-inventory parts. From the top right, well, actually we should click the cogwheel just to switch back to accountant view so it looks the same. And now again from the top right, we click the cogwheel and we click Account and Settings. In the area of Sales from the left panel, we can click Sales Form. We go down actually to where it says Products and Services. So we're in the Sales category from the left-hand menu. In the section of Products and Services, click anywhere here to open it up. And this line is what we have to activate right here. Track inventory quantity on hand. Click on it, and it's, preparing us for what we expect. Now remember, this course will not go deeply into using the inventory module. We will limit our inventory experience to non-inventory parts. And you have to take a separate inventory course later because there's a lot to learn about it if you're a contractor who wants to track your inventory at a deeper level. Now, click yes, and it's activated. Click Save to save the little section and click OK. Then in the bottom right, click Done. Now, if you want to select products and services, you can click the cog wheel, go to Lists, Products and Services, which I'm already here. And what you can do is click New. And when you click New, now you see you have this additional choice available, this additional item type called non-inventory parts that we can now use to bill and make things right. Before, only these were available, but now non-inventory is available. Go ahead and click on it. And we're going to put in the items that we said a moment ago. Sheetrock, $3 each for purchase and $5 each for sale. So watch how we do it. Of course, we type in the name the way we learned earlier. And of course, we're going to have to put in the sales price rate, which is from the instructions, $5 each. And we connect it to the income account, indoor, IND. Remember, you type it in and it filters it. Indoor job materials income, because it's asking for the rate and the income account. But to get the expense side, you have to click this box. I purchased this product or service from a vendor. And when you scroll lower, you have the ability to put the purchase cost, $3 each, and the expense account, again, filter it, IND, for indoor job materials expense. So our first item is sheetrock that's connected to indoor job materials income, indoor job materials expense, and the purchase cost is here, the sales price is here. Save and New. Actually, if you click Save and Close, you can see it was added to the list. It says sheetrock right here, and you can see it's a non-inventory part. Now, again, scroll all the way up and click New, and now we will put our other one, okay, brackets, $4 each and $10 for sale. So it's non-inventory. And of course, what's the sales price? $10 for sale. And we connect it to the same income account, IND, for indoor job materials income. We click the box to put in the expense side. We connect it to IND, indoor job materials expense, and we purchase it at a cost of $4 each. So we put in the cost and the price and the expense account and the income account, save and close, and now we have our billable items on our list. We have the sheetrock, and then we have the brackets. Oh, excuse me, here. We have the brackets, and we have the sheetrock, and you can see they are the only non-inventory parts. So now let's do some example transactions and see what happens. Let's imagine on March 20, we purchased 7 units of sheetrock for $3 each and 5 brackets for $4 each. And basically, these are the purchase costs that we remember, and we purchased them from the vendor at Home Depot. And they're billable to Sarah, the client, specifically for the Southwoods Road job. So this is an expense. We go to the top left and click New, Expense. March 20 of 2025 is the date in our little story. Very good. And we purchased it from our good friends at Home Depot. You could just type in HO, and here they are. Very good. The money's coming from cash and bank. Now watch. We used to have only this section in the expense window. But now that we activated inventory, we can scroll down further and we can see the item section under the category section. So here's what we used to bill for expenses. Now here's what we're using to bill for items. Click under products and services and choose sheetrock, quantity 7. And of course, it's billable to the Southwoods Road job. And of course, we're also going to choose brackets, quantity 5, push tab, and QuickBooks remembers the purchase cost that we set up, multiplies it across. This is also billable to Sarah Simple Client at Southwoods Road. Now that it looks the way we need it to look, of course, there'd be other things like reference number. But anyway, when we click Save and Close, we can now check the profit and loss by job and see what it looks like right at the point that we paid for the billable expenses. So we click Projects, and we go to the Southwoods Road job, and we go to Project Reports, Profitability. Okay, now check it out. We have this indoor job materials expense for the total amount, and this expense will stay here when we bill the client, and you'll simply see the income from the indoor job materials up here with the other normal income. So let's imagine on March 30th, we billed Sarah for the indoor job materials as part of the normal invoice that we would normally bill on March 30th. We charged her $5 per sheetrock and $10 per bracket. So let's go ahead and do that and see what happens. From the top left, we click New, Invoice. Okay, don't click anything else. Just choose the Southwoods Road job, and notice it remembers the estimates and the billable expenses. Let's put the correct date, March 30th of 2025. Remember, we always add the estimate first, and for the Southwoods Road job, we're finishing 25% at a time. Of course, we didn't make a change order, but anyway, we'll copy. Normally we would. And now we can add these two. We add this one and add that one. Now, after we add them, notice the name of the item is here and the quantity is here. And that's much, much more detail than what came up when we billed before for expenses rather than items. But despite the additional details, you might notice over here the rate. This rate that it put was not the rate we put for the sales price. It was the rate that we purchased the items at. So sometimes you might have to put in the markup rate yourself, even if you put it into the list of products and services when you set it up, because they know the markup can change all the time. Sheetrock 5, bracket 10. Sheetrock 5, bracket 10, and of course it makes it $85 that you're charging for the items that you paid $41. But it's so nice that you can identify the item rather than the way it was done before in the previous billable section. Save and close and click yes. And when we go back to the projects for Southwoods Road, for the project reports and click profitability, you see both. You see we have indoor job materials income, $85, matched with indoor job materials expense, $41.
Chapter 28, Contractor Retention.
Contract retention is a percentage of each job invoice that remains unpaid and withheld until the job is complete. A small amount of each invoice is withheld until the client can verify that the job is complete and correct. So how do we set up QuickBooks Online to be able to bill for retention? We must first add an account to the chart of accounts to show us the total of all retention owed to us from all clients. We can call it retention receivable because it represents money owed to us until the end of the job. So we remember that we switch to business view when we use the chart of accounts as a contractor. So from the top right, click the cog wheel, switch to business view. Then in the left panel, we click bookkeeping, chart of accounts. And we've done this many times before in this class. We go to the top right and click new. Now, the type of account is other current asset, and the detail type is also other current asset, and the name is retention receivable. And of course, you can pause the video if I'm typing too quickly, but once these three pieces of data are in, you can click save and close, and retention receivable will be in the chart of accounts. Now we have to add a non-inventory part to the list of products and services and connect it to the retention receivable account. So we have to click the cog wheel and go over to lists, click products and service list. Now you might want to switch back to accountant view to be more consistent with what you see here, but these are the lists of products and services. We're going to click new, and we're going to add a non-inventory part. Double click, and the name is retention. Actually, you can name it retention withheld because that's what will appear on the invoice to explain that the retention is withheld. And the account we connect it to is the RET, retention receivable account. Save and close. So now we're set up and ready to bill for retention when we make job invoices. So here's our example. Let's imagine on June 1, we engaged in a new project under Sarah Simple Client called Shelter Rock Road. It's a $3 million job with 10% retention to be withheld from each invoice during the job. The job will be billed in 3 invoices, 1 per month, for whatever is complete during each of the 3 phases of the job, but we'll pretend it's a third complete each time. So this is the estimate that you have to put in, but before you do that, you have to set up a new project under Sarah Simple Client called Shelter Rock Road. So we remember how to do that, right? We go to the left panel and click Projects. Then in the top right, we click New Project, and then we'll type in the name. And of course, you can pause the video if I type too quickly. Click the pull-down arrow. It's for Sarah Simple Client. And let's make this very simple. We'll go forward to June 1 of 2025, or backwards if you're watching this very far in the future, and we'll make this September 30th. Oh, well, you got to go forward. September 30th of 2025. And we'll leave the status in progress. That's just a piece of data we can change. And when we click Save, we can see that this is now a new project. And when we click the projects window, this Shelter Rock Road is on the list of projects. Now we have to put in this estimate, and you should be up to estimate number 4. But if a different number comes up, don't worry. You can change it to number 4 if you added other estimates and deleted them. So don't worry about the estimate number. But these are the 4 service items, and these are the quantity and rates that you have to put in when you create this estimate. But when you create this estimate, when you're done putting in the items, you have to also put in the retention item and put a minus sign here so that it decreases the total. And since it's 10% of the job, the retention is $300,000. So the retention item goes at the bottom of the estimate as a minus sign, and what it does is it lowers the overall balance of the total estimate by the amount of retention. You must include retention in the estimate if you're doing progress invoicing, or it will throw off the job percentage complete. So let's go ahead and enter this estimate exactly the way it looks for Sarah with Shelter Rock Road. We go to the top left and click New Estimate. Now I was playing around, so it looks like it starts with estimate number 5, but you can change it to estimate number 4, push tab, and it'll show estimate number 4 up here. Click the pull down arrow, and it's the Shelter Rock Road job that we just created under Sarah. The date of the estimate is June 1 of 2025. The expiration date can be October 1 of 2025. Now, as far as putting the items, let's just pause the video here and copy in quantity and rate. Item, quantity, and rate. And I'll start you off. Winterizing, and we've done this before. The quantity we have here is 2,000 and the rate is 200. Okay, now as far as the other 3 items, or the other, you know how to put them in. So let's just pause the video here and put in these 3, and I'll show you how to put in the retention. So I hope you had a chance to put everything in the way it looks on this estimate, and you can check the remaining column here, 4, 3, 8, 15. Okay, but when you put retention, you click and you find the item with retention withheld. You must leave the quantity as 1, but when you put and leave the rate 0, just put in the amount, because it might not let you put a negative rate, but you must put the minus sign before the amount withheld. And the amount withheld from the whole project, excuse me, I have a little, there we go. Careful the characters you type in. Notice this is minus 300,000 from the 3 million, which means that the estimate total is 2,700,000, even though the job contract is really 3 million, because the estimate has to be lowered by the retention so the percent complete can be consistent. So we now click Save and Close, and we can check the estimate report. We can check Reports, Estimate Job Progress. There's now the Shelter Rock Road, Shelter Rock Road, that says pending with estimate number 4 is now 0% complete. So the interesting part happens when we make our first invoice. Let's imagine on July 1, we finished the first phase of the invoice, and we finished, let's say, 33% of the Shelter Rock Road job and billed accordingly. So what happens when we bill for retention? Well, whatever income accounts that were connected to those items will increase. So the total of the invoice will increase income accounts 1 or more, but only some of the invoice will increase accounts receivable, because that's the amount owed for the normal income in the normal invoice, and the remainder will increase retention receivable. So the entire amount of the invoice is due, but some will be indicated in accounts receivable for normal income, and some will be indicated in retention receivable to indicate that money is owed for that specific reason. So what happens in the trial balance when we bill for exactly 1/3 of this job? Well, there are two income accounts, and they go up by the, whatever the numbers say. So income from heating repair increases by this invoice because it's connected to some of the items, and it will become $1,739,000. Income from plumbing services is the rest of the income on this invoice, and it increases to $3,351,000. So the invoice is $1 million minus $100,000 or close to $100,000 in retention. So accounts receivable would increase by most of the invoice and become $4,151,185. But lastly, retention receivable will show up for the first time as $99,000 because it rounds it. It's 33%. It's not 33.33333. So these will be the numbers in the trial balance after recording the first job invoice for 1/3 of the job. So from the top left, we click New Invoice. And we know the date is July 1 of 2025, a month after the estimate. Click the pull down, and the job is Shelter Rock Road. And of course, it comes up in the right panel just like it did before. We click Add. Now, we're going to add 33%. Look, it's not round if it's a third. If we put 34%, it's a little too much. If we put 33%, it's a little too little because 33 is not exactly a third. It's a 33.3333. So this will be the amount of the entire invoice instead of $900,000 because it's a little less than a third. That's how just the numbers work. So we click Copy to Invoice, and we scroll down and notice that the items are all each 33%, and 33% of the 300,000 is 99,000, not 100, because it's not 33.3333. So these are the numbers, and when we click Save and Close, we can at least see from the estimate report that this Shelter Rock Road job is now 33% complete and 33% billed. But when we click Reports and we open the trial balance, you can see the results are exactly as what we expected. Retention receivable showed up for the first time as $99,000. And of course, accounts receivable and the two income accounts increased to the amount that we expected. So please note, you must put the client job name in the description field of the invoice, or you will have a problem later. Now, I skipped over it because I wanted to show the important numbers and the important points. But let's reopen this invoice, double-click Retention Receivable. It's the only invoice there, double-click. And on the row of the retention withheld, in the description field, in the row of retention, you must put the client and job name. And you're going to see in QuickBooks Online, you need to do this to properly track your retention. So we put Sarah and spell it the same every time. And in the video that follows this one, you'll understand why the name of the client and job is important to put in the same row as the retention withheld. Save and close. Yes. And we'll circle back to that point later. But for now, let's do phase 2 of the job. Let's imagine on August 1st, we finished 33% of the Shelter Rock Road job and billed accordingly. So what will happen in the trial balance when we bill for the second phase of the job? Well, we know that the income from heating repair and the income from plumbing services will increase by the amount of revenue on that invoice, and it should become these numbers if you're billing for 33%. And accounts receivable will increase for most of the invoice and become this number, but retention receivable will also increase and become $198,000 owed to us from the client for specifically for the retention part of the project. So let's go ahead and record the invoice. We click New Invoice. And of course, the date is August 1 of 2025. The job is Shelter Rock Road under Sarah. We click Add over here on the right. And of course, it remembers that we like to bill for 33% at a time. So you make sure it's there. If not, you type it in. You click Copy to Invoice, and you can notice we have another $99,000 of retention being taken away from this invoice. So we see that all the other items on the invoice were 33%, including the retention. And then this is the amount of the total invoice. It doesn't make the numbers round. But when we click Save and Close, we can go to the estimate report, and we can see now Shelter Rock is almost two-thirds finished, 66%. And if we click Reports and we go to the trial balance, you can see the results are exactly as what we expected. You can see the income accounts increased to the amount we expected, accounts receivable increased, but most importantly, retention receivable increased to the number that we want. And if you double click retention receivable, you will see both of the invoices and just the retention amount of each. But of course, if you open the invoice, you would see the full amount of the invoice. You're only seeing the retention part in the retention account. And finally, on September 1, we finished the job and billed for the remaining 34% complete. So that's why we didn't put 33.33. We just put 33 for the first two invoices. And when the last invoices gets 34%, everything will round up evenly. So what will be the result after the final job invoice? Well, the two income accounts are going to increase to whatever amount they're supposed to be. And of course, accounts receivable will increase too. But notice the retention receivable will go up to the total amount that was promised in the contract, $300,000. Okay, and I think we forgot to put the name in the other one. Don't forget to put the name. We're going to have to click Reports. We're going to have to open the trial balance. We're going to have to open retention receivable. See, you have to look in the description field. We forgot to put Sarah Shelter Rock Road in the description field, so we have to reopen this, and we have to put in the description field on the row of retention, and we have to correct that by putting in that description, save and close, yes. Now we're ready to bill for the final amount. Reports, we can see that it's 66% complete. It'll be 100% complete when we finish the next invoice. But don't forget to put in the name in the description field, or when the next video comes, you'll have a problem. Click New Invoice, and we put the date September 1. It's the Shelter Rock Road job. And when we click Add for the last one, instead of putting 33%, put 34%, and you'll see that'll round out all the numbers and bring everything up to an even 100%. We click Copy to the invoice, and now notice 34% is being billed, so it's going to be 102, and then you see these are all, it'll work out, but this is the correct third invoice. And when we click Save and Close, we see that the job here is closed. This estimate is now at 100% finished. And when we click Reports and we click Trial Balance, you can see the retention amount is the full amount of the contract because now the entire contract has been billed. And you can double check your other numbers regarding the income and account receivable to make sure those numbers are the same respectively.
Chapter 29. Billing for retention withheld.
You are entitled to bill for the final retention payment that the client has withheld from each invoice when the job is complete to the satisfaction of the client. Then you can request the payment. You must first determine how much of the retention receivable account belongs to that specific client before you can send them a bill for that amount. So our example has only one client's retention in the retention receivable account. So to make it clear, we're going to add retention to a second client's job. Let's just take a quick moment to add $5,000 retention to the 2 job invoices for the Searingtown Road job under Bonnie Billabaloney. Now, if we add $5,000 in retention to each of the 2 job invoices, that means that's $10,000 of retention we're waiting to get paid. So what happens when you add retention to an invoice that already exists? Well, retention receivable increases because now there's more owed for that specific reason. But because the balance of the invoice will go down, accounts receivable will decrease. So if you put retention on an existing invoice, the amount owed is the same, but some of that owed goes into retention receivable and it comes from accounts receivable. So if we open those 2 invoices and we add the $5,000 retention, making a total of $10,000, that means retention receivable will increase by $10,000 and become $310,000. And because the invoices decreased by $10,000, regular accounts receivable will decrease by $10,000 and become $5,950,185. So it's very simple. The best place to find those projects is in the reports area, custom report, my favorite report, transaction list by customer. And we go right down to the Searingtown Road job because the Searingtown Road job had only 2 invoices. So that should be easy to open them up and add the retention to the bottom. So we double click the first one here and we go to the bottom of the invoice and we click right under products and services, click the pull down arrow, click retention withheld. Now remember, the quantity is always 1. We put a minus sign because we're decreasing the balance of the invoice by the amount we're billing for retention. And when we click save and close, click yes, okay, then we can see the balance of the invoice for Searingtown Road. This balance changed to $95,000 over here. Let's do it to the other invoice. Double click, scroll down to the product and service, choose the retention withheld, leave the quantity as 1, put minus 5,000, and you can see it lowers the balance of the invoice. Save and close. Yes. Now, when we click reports and we go to the trial balance, retention receivable has increased to $310,000 and the accounts receivable has decreased to the number that we expected. Of course, there might be other ways for you to document how much retention is withheld and owed, but the easiest way is to double-click and open up the account and look at the name and the retention amounts next to the name of that job or project so you can see the amount that was billed on each prior invoice. So clearly in this case, Sarah owes us $300,000 for the 3 invoices and the job retention associated that was withheld from those 3 invoices. So, in order to bill her for those 3 retention events that add up to $300,000, we have to add another item to the list of products and services, and we have to call it final retention payment. And we have to connect it to the retention receivable account. Well, that's very simple. We zoom out a little here for clarity, and we click the top right cog wheel. We go over to the list of products and services like we did before, and in the top right we click New. Now, again, this is a non-inventory part, and the name is Final Retention Payment, because that's the name of the item listed on the invoice that we're going to bill. And it's connected to the retention receivable account. Save and close, and now we're ready to bill for final retention. It's nice to have the invoice information written out line by line before you open the invoice window. Now, in my example, we will identify the invoices by date instead of invoice number, because I might have messed up the invoice numbers, but the dates are what we can agree on. So, what will happen in the trial balance at the moment we bill for the retention receivable for the Shelter Rock Road job? Well, $300,000 out of the $310,000 is the retention for that job. So when we bill, we're declaring that it's owed to us as part of normal accounts receivable. So retention receivable will decrease by the $300,000, and there'll only be $10,000 left, the amount receivable from the other job. And it goes from retention receivable into accounts receivable, and accounts receivable will show the total owed for job invoices and for the retention invoice for all clients, and becomes $6,250,185. So let's go ahead and bill for the final retention. And let's make the date that we formally request the retention October 1 of 2025. So from the top left, we click New Invoice. And we have to put the date October 1 of 2025. And we're billing this job, the Shelter Rock Road under Sarah. Now, notice the estimate did not come up because the job is complete. So we want to list line by line. It's nicer to list line by line, but you could put the total amount if you know the client will agree. So we will put final retention payment, and we will put invoice July 1. And for the invoice on July 1, the money amount of that retention was $99,000. Also put final retention payment on the next line, invoice August 1, and that was also $99,000. Okay, then the final retention payment for the invoice for, September 1, that amount was $102,000, making the total amount requested $300,000. And when we click Save and Close, and then we click Reports, Trial Balance, and zoom in a tiny bit, we can see the results are exactly what they should be. Retention receivable decreased to $10,000, and accounts receivable increased to $6,250,185. If we double click the retention receivable account, you can see that this last invoice, this invoice here, July, all three items are listed and deducted one by one if we list the items one by one on the invoice. So you can see they were billed and then they were withheld from the invoices originally, and then they were billed. So everything that happens inside the account retention receivable.
Chapter 30, Setting Up Time Activities.
We need the services of subcontractors, independent contractors, and employees to be able to complete jobs and projects. We need to record all important data regarding all the time worked by everybody. So time activities are also called time entries or even time slips, and that's how we refer to them for individual and separate events where work is done. We must set up our QuickBooks Online account for using the time activities, and there are 3 simple steps to set this up. Number 1, we activate the time activities. Number 2, we put the names on the appropriate list. And then thirdly, we customize the 3 time-related reports. So first, let's activate the timesheets and time slips themselves. Now, you're supposed to go to the cogwheel and go over to Account and Settings. And when you click Time, if you get to this section here, it means you already activated it and you're just activating the details. So I'm going to close out this. But some of you would get this. When you go to Time and you click Overview or even Time Entries, if it's the very first time, you would get this screen. So you might get this screen when you're in the Account Settings window, or you might get it the first time you go to enter some kind of time activity. But don't be fooled. You see, they want you to check out the pricing of the timesheet service that's additional to your normal QuickBooks Online subscription. And you don't really need that. But there's no other place to click. You have to click Checkout Pricing, and therefore you have to take a look at this screen. They're trying to fool you into believing that you have to pay additional for the payroll or the time tracking in order to use the timesheets and the time slips, but you don't. What you have to do is scroll all the way down to the bottom of the page until you get this option, Use Basic Time Tracking, that's included in your current plan. And when you click on it, then you'll be able to enter time activities and be able to see time reports. So let's go ahead and do that. So if you have it from here, if you went from the cogwheel to Account Settings and Time, and you don't see this, it means you're probably seeing this instead when you come from the Time menu choice. So let's open it up so that we can get into it. Click Checkout Pricing. Now they want us to check out a bunch of stuff, but we're not interested, so we scroll all the way down till we get this choice, Use Basic Time Tracking included in your plan. Now you have the ability to enter time entries, and the overview gives you the ability to look at those services that were available. Now, independent contractors and employees track time the same. Just put them on the correct list with the correct data. Now, obviously, in the future, there's going to be a difference between managing employees and managing independent contractors. But when it comes to tracking time, there is no difference. You just put their name on the appropriate list. And then time-related reports that you look at later refer to both of them as employees. So someone might be an independent contractor instead of an employee, but if you're tracking their time and you're looking at the reports refer to them as employees, even if they're independent contractors. So don't worry. So let's go ahead and input these people in the appropriate list so that we can give them time slips and track their time. we have two people who are technically on the employee list, Johnny Lawrence and Ralph Lapusso. And we have two people who are definitely independent contractors who we have to put on the contractors list. And that's Annie Starlight and Maeve Brave. And only put the name. Obviously, in real life, we would put the address and the phone number and social security and so on. But you can always reopen the windows that we're using and add that additional data. But we need to focus on the functionality of QuickBooks and the accounting. So let's first put the employees on the employee list. Okay, we can go to payroll, employees. Now in the employee section, again, we don't want any of this. We just want to put the names on the list. And again, don't be fooled by all this stuff. You're not required to pay any extra. You can just click Add Employee, and it gives you the ability to put the first employee on the list. Then it will show you the list. Johnny, or maybe capital letters is nice. Now, in real life, you'd put the email and the mobile number and all this other stuff. And of course, you can go back and answer these questions later. But for now, save. Okay. And then once you save, you now have an employees list with one person. And notice you can edit anything you put. If you just click edit, you can fix the name and click save. So you can go back and forth and change anything you like. Let's add Ralph Lapusso. So we click Add Employee. Okay, we're not turning on payroll. Okay, we're not adding anything else. Click Save. And now he's on the list, and you can go back and add the information if you need. Now, let's put the two independent contractors on the contractor list, Annie Starlight and Maeve Brave. So we do this. We click the contractor section, and now we click Add Your First Contractor. Okay, email. You have to put an email address. Okay, add contractor. And you can remove this if you want to get the information from them instead of having them email it. Add contractor. So now we have Annie Starlight on the list. Okay, now click here to get back to the list of contractors, and we have one person. Of course, we can double click and put in the rest of the information later, like add personal details, but you can explore and experiment with that on your own time. Let's go back to the list of contractors. To add the next contractor, click Add Contractor. And since it's just for example, let's remove the check mark so no email goes out. Click Add Contractor. And now we have her information. We could add personal details now or come back later. But to get to the list of contractors, we click up here in the little word contractors. And now we see we have two contractors available to put on timesheets and time activities. And you can come back and put on the W-9 information later. Same thing with employees. You can come back and add any employee information later. But now we have these four people whom we can put on timesheets and time activities and bill for jobs. Now you should know that a time activity by itself is not a transaction. Recording only time will not change balances in the accounts. It will not affect the client's individual balances, and it will not affect vendor balances unless, of course, one of the contractors sends us a bill for the work. It will only change the numbers in your QuickBooks Online account at the moment it's placed on an invoice and billed to the client. So what data can you put in a timesheet or time slip or a single time activity? Well, at minimum, you have to put the employee's name. And of course, you have to put the amount of time they worked and the date. But you can also put what job they worked on for that particular task. You can also put which particular service was provided. And you can even choose if this is going to be billed to the client. And of course, you can put on notes. But our first examples will only have the most basic minimum information. They will only have the worker's name and the date and the amount of time they worked. So you can keep that as low as possible if you don't need time by job and service provided and so on. So once you record a time activity, where would you find the time that you entered? Well, every time entry or time slip is listed in a weekly timesheet, and you can find the timesheet by combining two things, by combining the person and the calendar week. So for example, the week of July 2nd, 2025, let's imagine Johnny worked 4 hours of cooking, and he did those 4 hours of cooking, which is not a service on our list, it's just some random general thing, and he did that on July 2nd. And we don't need to record what job he worked on or anything else. This is just our first basic timesheet or time slip. So we go to the top left and click New, and we go across to Time Entry. You could also get the same result by clicking Time and click Time Entry. The result is the same. Now again, you have to click past all this nonsense. Scroll down. Okay, I don't know how many times they're going to ask you to do this, but you got to do it to get to the time entries. So the first thing you're going to do in the top right is click Add Time. Now, you have to choose which employee or which contractor you're adding time for. And we're starting off with Johnny Lawrence. So we double click, and then this will be a timesheet for him. Let's close the extra help. Now, we want a specific date range. So we click here, and we click Custom. Now, unfortunately, what we have to do, because it won't let you type it in, we have to click this and go all the way forward or all the way back if you're watching this very far in the future. But the date here did say July 2nd of 2025. So we go all the way forward to July 2nd of 2025, and we click July 2. Now look what happens. We get the weekly timesheet for July 2nd, which is between June 29th and July 5th. That's the week unit of time that comes up when we identify the date. And each time activity will be represented in a little box. So if you want to put the minimum, you can just click here and put the number 4 and click Add. Now we have, on this day, 4 hours worked by Johnny Lawrence with no other detail. Now, if you want to add details, you can click in the little box, Add Work Details, to this one timesheet. And we're not putting job and we're not putting start and end time, but we can click in the notes and write cooking. Okay, maybe we'll make it capital. But you can put whatever detail you need that explains the task for this time entry. And we click Done. And we could always reopen this particular timesheet and open this and see what the details were if we need to. But now let's add another one on the same day. Let's say he took a break and came back and did 2 hours of cleaning. Well, that would mean on the same day for the same weekly timesheet, we would scroll down and we would add another time event. Click the duration, put the number 2, and all we have to do is click Save. And now we can see 2 time entries were saved specifically for July 2nd. And of course, you could open up this one and add work details, and you can put cleaning in the notes. Done. So now we have the date and time for each worker and just the notes. And we could add more if we want. But now watch the interesting thing. Let's continue the same example and imagine on July 5th of the same week, Johnny worked 3 hours for general job support. So what we have to do is we click July 5th in the same weekly timesheet displayed. 3 hours, we can just put 3 and add, and we're done. And we can save it, and it says we save the time entry. But we want to add a little notes. We don't just want to have this, but we can click add work details, and we can put general job support. It even has a spell check. Done. Save. And it says the time entry was saved. So now we click here. We have 2 of them on Wednesday, 1 of them on Saturday, but any other day of this week for this weekly timesheet shows none. So let's click out of it. Go back to the dashboard. Now here's the interesting part. Once you've recorded time entries, how do you call them up again to find them or edit them? Every time entry is in a data sheet called a weekly timesheet. And each weekly timesheet is a combination of the person and the calendar week. So if we want to find Johnny's work time, we would have to call up the timesheet specifically for Johnny and specifically for the week that included July 2nd of 2025, and then we'll be able to see the time entries that we recorded. So if we go back here and we click time entries, and in order to find it, we would have to click add time, and then we would have to choose Johnny Lawrence, and then we would have to choose the custom date range and go forward to the specific week that we recorded those time entries. July 2nd. Aha! Notice when we call up any day this week, we see on July 2nd, these were the 2 entries made, and we click July 5th, and we see this was the one on July 5th. We entered nothing on Sunday, nothing on Monday, nothing on Tuesday, but on Wednesday, QuickBooks remembered both of these time entries, and if we open up the work details, we can see the notes. And you could do the same thing for the other one. Add work details to see the notes. And you can do the same thing for any other time activity that was created and saved during that week. So you can go back and edit the time and see what it was that way. However, you will also find every time entry recorded, regardless of what data is on it, by looking at the time by employee report. So let's take a look at the time by employee report. If we click reports, we stay in the standard section and scroll down until we find time by employee. Okay, go down. It should be at the bottom of the section of employees, of payroll. Time activity, in fact, it's the very bottom report. Time activities by employee detail. Double click. And of course, we want to click the pull down arrow and show the results of all dates and run the report. Now, notice what it looks like. We only have Johnny Lawrence, the name, the date, the memo description, and the duration. So if there are 2 on the same date, it is absolutely necessary that at minimum you include a memo or description and the duration here. See how it goes? So now that this report is showing us what we need, we're going to customize it. Click Customize. Okay, and we're going to click Save Customization and click Save. And now when we click Reports and we go to Custom Reports, we have Time Activities by Employee Detail. It'll show us the employee, every date they worked, and every event, the amount of time, and a description for each. And just like any other QuickBooks Online report, if you double click on the line, you go back to the very same page that you recorded the entry, and you can edit it and save it and do anything you need.
Chapter 31, Billing for Time.
We can record more information on each timesheet so we can benefit most from the time-related reports. We can mark the time as billable so it can be placed directly on an invoice to a client with all the details you need in the notes field. Now, the data on the timesheet records obviously the employee and the date and time they worked and the amount of time they worked. But in this video, we're also going to include the job that the worker worked on for each time activity. We're going to include the specific service that the worker provided, and we're going to mark it as billable for some clients. So that's additional data from the previous video that we are now putting on the time entries that we record. Now, in order to physically be able to do that, we have to go back to the Account Settings window and click these options to make sure that the timesheets include the field of service and allow the time to be billable. And then once we save it, we will be able to record that extra data into the time activity window when we record for time. So the data will be accurate and these additional fields will be available if we activate the option in the Account Settings window. So from the top right, we click the cog wheel, we go over to Account and Settings, we click the left panel menu for Time, and where it says Timesheet, we click that area to open it up, click each of these two options to activate the data fields, and this one here we don't need. This one is an extra piece of data that just shows the rate on the timesheet to the worker, but we don't really have to do that. We click Save, and in the bottom right, we click Done. And now that we changed it, let's reopen the Time by Employee report and add columns for the extra data that we just added to the timesheets. So, we click Reports. We go to our Custom Report area, and we go Time Activities by Employee. Double click. Now, what we can now do, because we added data to, we activated the extra data fields, is click the cog wheel, and we can add a column for product or service. And we can, if we don't see the ability to track by customer, which is already here, then you can click Show More, and then you can add the column to see if it's billable or not. And once you click these check marks, the way to save the check marks is to click anywhere in the window away from the check mark. So I click here, and automatically notice what happens. We get another column indicating whether it's billable or not, and none of the previous time that we recorded was billable. And we also get the product or service. Now notice it says product or service is hours. Now why would it say hours? Well, that's because hours is an item on the list of products and services that automatically comes with QuickBooks Online. So that is the default item that QuickBooks assumes is the service that you're giving when you make a timesheet and bill a client for it. And that item called hours is connected to a specific income account that already comes with QuickBooks Online, the income account called Services. So if we bill for those hours right now, it is this income account, services that will increase because the default item on the products and services list is the hours item that comes with QuickBooks Online. But we, in our example, are going to use different items. We're going to use the items of service that we already put on the list of products and services. Let's imagine on July 15th of 2025, Annie did 5 hours of winterizing for the Southwoods Road job, and then on the same day, Annie did 3 hours of de-winterizing for the Hanson Place job. Well, we know how to make that. We can click New and click Time Entry, and the same result would be if we click Time and go Time Entry. Now, I don't know how many times they're going to ask, what if we click Overview? Nope, we're going to ask us to do this so that we scroll all the way down and use the basic time included in the current plan. Okay, I guess it's just going to keep asking. Now, in the top right, we're going to click Add Time. And the first thing we have to do is choose which worker. And we said this was Annie Starlight. So we click the worker, and now we have to go to the calendar week of this event. So we click the pull down, click Custom, click the calendar. You can't type it in. You just got to go all the way forward, all the way backwards. So we're in July of 2025, July 15. Now, the first event, let's record it, 5 hours of winterizing billable to the Southwoods Road job. 5. Now we have to add more details, so we click Add Work Details. And we see the job is Southwoods Road. It's under Sarah Simple Client. The job is Southwoods Road. And the service, is it winterizing or it's winterizing. The service is winterizing. And it's billable. And the notes, we're going to put 5 winterizing. You should describe it in the notes field so that the description shows up in the description field on the invoice. And when we click Done, we're finished with our first time activity, and we can open it up, see what we did, or change it. But on the same day, Annie did 3 hours of de-winterizing for the Hanson Place job. So on the same day, we click, it's still Annie, but now we're going to add a new activity. And it's 3 hours, add work details. The Hanson Place is under Bonnie Billabaloney, Hanson Place, and this one was de-winterizing. Okay? So these are the services, and we'll just put D, Bonnie, 3. Put whatever you need to describe it, and that will show up in the description field when you bill the client, and you can click here to make it billable. Click Done, and now you see you have 2 events in the same day. If you click a different day, you see nothing, but if you click that day for this worker, you will see each of the events that they worked, and you can reopen it and look at the details. Now, let's continue with this example. July 18th, Annie worked 4 hours of winterizing, but this time it was for the Southwoods Road job. So no problem. We can go to the 18th, 4 hours, add work details. The Southwoods Road job is under Bonnie. The Southwoods Road job is under Sarah. Southwoods Road. What is it now? It's 4 hours of winterizing, and it's billable put whatever you need to put in the notes to satisfy the condition when it shows up on the invoice. And we click Done, or Save, actually. So now 3 time entries were saved during this week. Now this is interesting. On the same day, July 18th, Ralph worked 3 hours of de-winterizing for the Hanson Place job. So we're going to do one more, but not Annie. We have to go back. We have to choose Ralph. We have to choose the 18th. So we have to go forward 1 week. July 18 of 2025. Okay, we did 3 hours. And it was Ralph, and it was de-winterizing, add work details. Hanson Place is under Bonnie. Service is de-winterizing, and it's billable. Again, whatever you put in the notes for a billable timesheet will show up in the description field on the invoice. Click Done. Now click Save, and a time entry was saved. Now, where do we find the time entered? So we can go back to the time by employee report, okay? After we save it, and it confirms that we saved it, okay, we can go Reports, and time by employee, and now notice it says the memo description, it says the duration. We actually forgot to save it after the customization. So remember to customize click the cog, you add the products and service, show more, add whether it's billable or not. To save this, click away, so we can see, yes, these 3 for Annie are billable. This one for Ralph was billable, and these are the services instead of the default hours. Now let's save it. Click Save Customization, Save, and now this one is the one that we go to. But this is not the only place. There's also a time by customer report, because you might need to send that to your client for the work done regardless of how many workers worked on a job. So you can click Reports. Now we have to go to the standard area of reports and pull out that report. Time by customer. Time activities by customer detail. Click here. Click all dates and run exactly the way we always do. Now notice, it shows what's billable, and it shows the duration and the description, but it doesn't show a money amount yet because we have not yet put this on an invoice. Notice for Johnny Lawrence that there were no rates, it was not billable, and it's simply the default item for Johnny Lawrence, but the other 2 had specific services that we will eventually charge for when we place it on an invoice. Now, there is another report that we need to put on our list to make sure that we know what's been billed and what has not been billed. So first we have to save the time by customer. So that can tell you, for example, for this job, who worked and how much and so on. So it organizes the data nicely. Let's save it. Save customization and save. Great. Now let's open the one more report. This will show only the entries we just made until it's billed. And once it's billed, it will disappear from the unbilled time report. Reports, standard, go all the way down to where the employees are. After employees, open it up. Time activities, it's actually in the area of who owes you, and the report is unbilled time. Now notice it only has the entries we just made, and it doesn't have anything about Johnny Lawrence because his time was not billable. And again, we can open this up to make sure we include the product and service and the customer. So when we click away anywhere, Those columns are added so we can see more detail, and we can save the customization exactly the way it looks now. And these three reports give you total control over any of the timesheets, whether it was billed or unbilled. And as soon as we bill for this time, this report will not include the time entry that was billed. So let's prove that to you now. Let's bill them. The amount charged for the time when you bill a client is recorded at the moment that you bill. You have to place the rate for each of the hour of service on the invoice after you put the time slip. So let's imagine on July 31st, we billed Hanson Place for an additional 10% of the Hanson Place job like we normally do every month. But we're going to charge $700 for each hour of de-winterizing that Ralph did on July 18th. So let's go ahead and do that. From the top left, we click New, Invoice. Now, the date is the end of July of 2025. Sometimes it's easier than typing it in. July 31st. Okay, it's the Hanson Place job. Now notice we still have estimates left, so we add the information from the estimate, and remember Hanson Place is 10% per month billed, and we click Copy to Invoice. Now notice we have these two billable time items. And notice these are right here. Add, and it says de-winterizing. Add, and it says de-winterizing. Now notice it says in the description field whatever you wrote in the memo, and that's very important. And the only thing that's required when you bill for time is to add the rate. And we agree we're charging $700 for each of these 3 hours. $700 and $700. So that's $2,100 each for each of the two events, for each of the two workers that are being billed. And when we click Save and Close, we can now check the result in the unbilled time report. So we go back to, reports. In our custom reports, unbilled time is at the bottom. Now notice, only these two for Annie Starlight remain. The other two were billed. Ralph and the other Annie were billed, and that's why they no longer appear on this unbilled time report. But don't worry, we're going to bill for this too. But let's look at the time by customer job detail. If we look at our other report, time by customer, time activities customer by customer. See, notice it now says yes, that these items were billed for Annie because we put them on it's billable. And I guess you really don't need to look at that report. But the projects window has nicer ways of displaying time. Let's take a look at that. Before we finish the video, if you go to projects and you close this out, double click the Hanson Place project, click time activity. This is so nice the way it explains it. You can view by month, you can view by service and see all the de-winterizing. And if you open it up, you see who did it and how much time they spent doing this service on this job. Isn't that great? You can view it by week or month, and you can view it by service. However you like to do it, it displays it so clearly, so you'll always know which worker did what service and how much for which job. Thank you so much for watching this video all the way till the end. I deeply appreciate all my loyal students and loyal fans. And remember, you can always get to the main channel page by clicking on the kitty that shows directly under any of the videos that are running. And of course, you can ask me questions in the comment section of any video you're watching. I'm really glad this video helped you, and please stay in touch.